Hello, everybody. How are you doing this fine Monday, July 29th, 2026? And wow, are we looking at a different landscape than we thought we were going to be looking at, this time last week? This time last week, I thought I was about to be in Utah about right now. I thought we were about to be getting two hearings. Come to find out now we get no hearings this week. There are some updates to talk about. I also have some things to talk about today. There's been some cancellations and another cancellation in addition to the one that got removed to federal court. Obviously that one's not going to be going on. That hearing tomorrow was supposed to be taking place on tomorrow, June 30th. And then there was going to be one the very next day on July the 1st. Neither one of those is happening now. So I have some court documents to back that up and just a few other things that I want to go through. Once we get through that, we may venture back into that body camera footage to finish what we started, we're never going to finish it today, but maybe perhaps we'll get back into that body camera footage to continue what we started earlier last week with trying to watch them all, the body camera, footages, especially from the American fork angle. In order, because it's just hard to deal with. Also, there's a recent article that has come out excuse me, from the Wall Street Journal article. I do want to take a look at that today. There's some things that I found to be a little bit suspicious. So let's just start. First things first, I have an update for y'all regarding the BAM franchising versus Reckless Ben Schneider case. This is the civil case, the supposed RICO case, the one before, was before Judge Tony Graff. That one has been removed, as y'all know, to federal court. Now, this removal is not necessarily permanent, although it does appear as though Ben and Victor are the ones who have filed the notice of removal, but there was a consent filed by the other named defendant, which is Brian Mansell. And no, you're not super late. I just started like moments ago. So we did look at this last week. I believe it was maybe it was this weekend. It might have been Saturday. We looked at this on the court listener page. I did search through the Pacer website and it wasn't up. So I do want to let y'all know the case that has been, filed for removal and all that. It is not only now on Pacer, it is not only now up on Court Listener, but it has been uploaded to Pacer. Let me show you that. Okay, so we are waiting at this time. These things move pretty quickly, but at this exact moment, 11:39 a.m. Eastern, so I am 2 hours exactly ahead of the Utah time, so it will be like 9:39 over there. But we do have an official case, at least page here. I'm looking around. Yes, okay, so we do have a judge so far assigned. Now, this is just a magistrate judge, and I do believe that this is just what's the word I'm looking for? Like automatically is assigned this magistrate judge, Cecilia M. Romero. Magistrate judges are usually not going to be the judge that's going to be on the case, overseeing the case like permanently. Magistrate judges do handle, what's the word I'm looking for? Like preliminary issues before the actual trial. Okay, so we do have a few more entrances here. I don't know, entries, entrances. We do have a few more entries here. So we've already taken a look. If you missed that, go and check out my last video. It's very short, but we have already taken a look at this notice of removal. Again, just to remind you, it was filed by Victor and Reckless Ben LLC and Ben Schneider. And then they had attached some exhibits to it, including certificate of organization for one of the plaintiff businesses, like one of the Bricks and Minifigs businesses, the Oregon Corporate Business Registry page for Salem Baker Bricks, Salem Baker Bricks, exhibit application for reinstatement for Salem Baker Bricks, exhibit state court pleadings. Now, this is a very extensive file. I do want to let y'all know, if you want to see these documents, you don't want to pay for them, which Why would you want to pay for them? They are available already for free over there on Court Listener. So let me see if I can just show y'all that. What you'll do is, let me show y'all how to do that. So there's a case number on Pacer. Let me find it. Right here, this 2:26-CV- or dash 00593-CMR. I'm just going to copy that. If you go to like Google or your search engine of choice and just search for that, you'll see, oh, I guess this, okay, maybe if you do this, then maybe if you do it without the hyphen CMR. Yeah, okay. So again, without the hyphen CMR, that'll be 2:26-CV-00593. Just search that in Google, and then you will get this Court Listener website. This is how you can get the documents for free. Now, there is one caveat. I cannot give any promises that all of the documents will be necessarily updated or completely up to date at any given time. But like, let's say you do go to Pacer, you see that there are some documents filed and you want to check and see if you can get them for free before paying for them, then this would be the way to do it. And I did show y'all this because I did happen to already know that the notice of removal as well as the attachment exhibits were in fact and indeed available for free on Court Listener. Now, we do have three new entries to the record here since the last time we looked at it. The first one was the notice of removal with those exhibits I just told you about. The second one is notice of consent by the fourth named defendant, which is Brian Mansell. Okay, so then we get a notice from notice from the clerk's office regarding attorney's status. Attorney Mina S. Gobrial has appeared under DU Civ R83-1.3 on behalf of plaintiffs BAM Franchising, Baker Bricks, Brandon Best, Joshua Johnson, Aaron McNeff, Matthew McNeff, but is not currently admitted to practice in this court as required. Current admission status is not admitted. Please review the admission instructions or the attorney registration instructions to address the issue. After the court's attorney directory reflects a status of active, pro hoc vice, or federal, the attorney may then practice before this court and will need to file first an appearance. Okay, so this, you may see some people making a big deal about this. It really isn't that big of a deal. It's just kind of like it might end up being a big deal, but right now it's not. This is something that's kind of normal. You have to seek special admission into federal courts. This person may have been admitted before. This lawyer may have been admitted to the federal court before, but maybe just didn't keep it updated or didn't, it could be something totally just administrative. I highly doubt a lawyer would just try to file something in federal court without already knowing these requirements. So, as of now, I'm going to say, in my opinion, this isn't that big of a deal. This lawyer most likely just needs to either have someone else file first, like a pro hoc vice, or, do whatever, the registration would take to become admitted in this case. Magistrate judge was added today, Judge Cecilia M. Romero. The case will now read 2:26-CV-00593-CMR. Please make changes to captions accordingly. I think it maybe was like just the CMR, because that's her initials, CMR, Cecilia M. Romero. And then also something else has been posted today. I do think these are just like automatic updates. These are not like, oh, they were over there filing stuff with the court. Notice of availability of judicial settlement conference for the benefit of the public and the bar. The District of Utah offers judicial settlement conference as an alternative for dispute resolution assistance in all civil cases and bankruptcy adversary proceedings. The court offers this alternative because when compared with litigation, it can resolve a dispute faster, at less expense, and with solutions that are better able to meet the parties' needs and interests. Parties may file a stipulated motion for judicial settlement conference. A form motion is available on the court's website. Notice emailed to plaintiffs, which is BAM Franchising, Baker Bricks, BAM Franchising Inc., Baker Bricks LLC, Brandon Best, Joshua Johnson, Ammon McNeff, Matthew McNeff, defendants Victor Benjamin, and I guess Not Reckless Ben LLC. Okay, so something I noticed that is very interesting here, and it may just be, very nitpicky to some of y'all, but I would be remiss not to mention it. It does appear as though Salem Baker Bricks was not noticed, okay? And this is going to end up being, I think, a really big deal, this whole Salem Baker Bricks thing. Shout out to Making Law Simple and Valhalla Awaits, who went live both yesterday on like a joint live stream. And there were some questions, and Making Law Simple is also obviously a lawyer. He's a practicing attorney. So I had asked some questions in my previous live stream about this and brought up some, I guess, some things I was wondering, some questions that I didn't exactly have like an answer to. And that involved the specific mechanism by which Ben and company is relying upon to try to remove this to federal court. We talked about the complete diversity requirement in diversity removal actions like this one, where it's like it starts out in state court, but then the defendant wants to move it into the federal court and wants to do so specifically based on diversity. Diversity means that everybody on the plaintiff side has a different residence or state of residence, even if it's a business, than everybody on the defendant side. So if there were, for example, somebody, let's say Ben was from Utah instead of residing in California. Let's say he resided in Utah, he had a house in Utah, he lived in Utah. He wouldn't be able to remove this to federal court. It would have to stay in federal court. Well, from the looks of things, and we did go through this analysis, and so did Making Law Simple and Valhalla yesterday on their live stream, and other lawyers and stuff online have done it too. Everybody on the one side does appear to be diverse from everybody on the other side, except this one kind of small hang-up, and that is the state of Oregon. Brian Mansell, a defendant, resides in the state of Oregon. And a lot of the incidents that occurred here did happen in Oregon because that's where the store was. Excuse me. That's where the store was, where Crystal Law and Ben Gorman owned that store, and the Legos were at that store, and that's the store that was taken over, and that's the store that had to shut down. It ended up the lawsuit ends up getting brought in Utah because that's where Ammon and them live, and probably, my opinion, because they think they're going to get a better outcome if they bring it in Utah state courts because they're from Utah, and who knows, that's just my opinion. That's just speculation. I obviously don't know that to be a fact. But there's this little hang up, and again, I'm just asking questions. I really don't know. If I knew, I wouldn't be asking questions, but there may possibly be a little bit of a hang up. And that is the Salem Baker Bricks. Salem Baker Bricks is a foreign entity in Oregon. However, it was dissolved. It does appear as though it was administratively dissolved. So I think they just let the thing expire without renewing it. And it is registered in Oregon, but it's registered as a DBA. This is one of the plaintiffs. So I think it might cause a little bit of a question to be raised in court, and maybe they'll just be able to easily settle this question in court. But if Salem Baker Bricks is registered in Oregon and they're one of the plaintiffs, does it make it to where there is no longer complete diversity because what's his name? Brian Mansell is also, residing in Oregon. So he would be on the defendant's side. Salem Baker Bricks would be on the plaintiff's side. And does that destroy complete diversity? From what I'm hearing from other, lawyer YouTubers and stuff, no. The answer is no. From what I'm hearing from other lawyer YouTubers, it does not destroy complete diversity because it's just a doing business as. Basically, it's just a name. It's just a name they registered in Oregon because they're like, okay, we're going to have a store in Oregon, but it still is a Utah company. If that's the case, then complete diversity is not destroyed. It also is possible that maybe it would have been It would have destroyed diversity, but because they didn't revive the Oregon business, it is technically still dissolved. That store is also shut down. I don't know if that company is doing business anymore. These are going to be questions that I really don't know the answer to until the judge or the magistrate decides. However, this right here says notice of availability of judicial settlement conference, and they say this is like originated from the court. A form motion is available. Okay, notice was emailed to the following: who? BAM Franchising Inc., Baker Bricks LLC, Brandon Best the individual, Joshua Johnson the individual, Ammon and Matthew McNeff as individuals, and notice was also mailed to defendants Victor and Ben individually, not to Reckless Ben LLC and not to Brian Mansell. However, the fact that Salem Baker Bricks is not included here could be a hint that the court is not going to treat Salem Baker Bricks as an independent entity, which does help, in my opinion, weigh in favor of Ben being able to keep this in federal court. I do believe that it would be advantageous to Ben and all of the defendants to have this heard in federal court. I think it will be a more neutral judge because it's going to be a federal judge. He's not going, or she is not going to be, perhaps beholden to what the people in Utah necessarily think quite so much. And it has been my experience from following cases for a long time, years, and also being involved in state court actions and federal court actions. It has been my experience and my observation that federal judges are a lot more protective of the First Amendment, freedom of speech. They are a lot more reluctant to put restrictions on especially future speech. It does just appear to me as though federal judges in general happen to be more protective of the right to free speech and the right to freedom of expression, which I think in this particular case is going to be very important. How do we see the judge's track record? So I just want to be very clear. The judge who is assigned to this case so far, first of all, I think it's just kind of like an automatic assignment. It just automatically goes to the next judge on the thing. This is a magistrate judge. So I don't believe this is going to be I don't believe this is going to be like the judge on the case. I want to be very clear about that. We can look her up. But I do not believe that this is going to be the ultimate judge on the case. The reason is because she is a magistrate. So let's just look up her bio / profile. She's the chief magistrate judge. Okay, so telephone calls to chambers. Okay, courtroom trial procedure 90 days. Okay, what's her? No. There she is right there. Nonpartisan, so she's not a Democrat or a Republican. That's good. And to me, in my opinion, that's good. Because then, that usually means that it's somebody who can kind of look at things from more perspectives, although obviously that's a huge generalization. She got a BA from the University of Utah in 1998. She got her law degree in 2002 from the University of Utah College of Law. During her legal studies, she was a note and comment editor for the University of Utah Law Review. She worked at Holland and Hart in Salt Lake City. 10th Circuit Court of Appeals. Okay, that's her. So she has been a magistrate for about 6 years. What is a federal magistrate judge? They're assigned duties by the district judges in the district where they serve. Magistrate judges may preside over most phases of federal proceedings except for criminal felony trials. The specific duties of magistrate judge may vary from district to district. Okay, so I'm used to mostly looking at the Northern District of California, Southern District of California, and Southern District of New York, a little bit Eastern District of New York. And those are the ones that I'm used to seeing. In those cases, for example, in New Jersey District Court, where my case was heard, the defamation case that I won 3 times, or was it 2? Was it 3? I can't remember. I think it was 3, literally 3 times. the magistrate judge would not actually end up stepping in. It would be like the main judge would hear it, but then the magistrate judge would decide lower level things that the judge, it wasn't like that dispositive or that substantial to the case, like jurisdiction. So at one point the judge said we needed to file motions or briefs or memos or whatever it was on jurisdiction. He needed more clarification about the owners of the company that was suing me, and lost. But at that point, all of those things were heard before a magistrate. But then when it came to like actually dismissing the full case, that was, the opinion was written by the main actual judge. There is like a distinction between magistrates and judges. However, it doesn't appear as though that is necessarily always the case uniformly across all federal districts. I'm learning this as we go. Full-time magistrate judges serve for terms of 8 years. Some federal district courts have part-time magistrates. In 2008, the federal magistrate judges across the country handled approximately 11,000 civil cases to conclusion, as long as the parties consent. The video below was produced by United States Courts. We're not going to watch the video. Okay, so maybe this judge will end up being, the main judge on the case, even though she's a magistrate. I don't know what's the point of calling him a magistrate at that point. Maybe somebody who has more knowledge about how it works in this Utah district court will weigh in at some point. But as of now, it has been assigned, at least preliminarily, this judge, Cecilia M. Romero, and maybe she'll be the one that keeps the case the whole time. So the documents that have been filed in this case so far, again, the notice of removal itself, which is where Ben and his co-defendants, at least 2 of them, filed to take this thing out of state court, put it in a federal court. The second document filed was a consent of Brian Mansell saying, yep, that's fine with me. No issue here. And then notice, the third document that's been filed is a notice from the clerk's office about one of BAM's attorneys not being actually qualified at this point yet, not registered to practice in this court. So she's going to have to fill out some more papers and get that settled. So then the judge has been added. That's not really a document. Notice of availability for a judicial settlement conference. So this last document that's been filed, and 3 of them were filed today. Today's Monday. Or not document, like I said. I don't think these are actually documents. These are just docket entries. And the reason I'm saying that is because these right here you can click on and actually buy, but the other ones you can't. This fourth one here, this fourth docket entry, docket number 4, is about, I guess apparently in Utah they do have some special rules where they'll kind of like facilitate pretty much like a settlement conference for you in civil matters. And so they did email most of the plaintiffs and most of the defendants to see if they wanted to do that. So both parties agreed to move it to federal, or does only one side have to petition? So in the removal to federal court from state court, only the defendant can do that. And the logic, or one of the defendants, the logic behind that is if the plaintiff, that would be like the BAM parties in this case, wanted to go to federal court, they should have filed in federal court in the first. They had the choice of where they wanted to file, right? Like they could have filed this in federal court if they wanted to, especially since they are suing for RICO. I guess they're suing for Utah RICO, but like there is a federal RICO statute. The fact that Ben did cross, state lines, they could have gone under federal question jurisdiction. They could have gone under diversity jurisdiction as well. They didn't do that. And so the removal to federal court is just something, from what I understand, only something that the defendants can do. Because if the party that filed the lawsuit wanted to go to federal court, they should have filed it in federal court. Now, I have seen different answers on whether or not all defendants have to consent and agree to go to federal court. In this case, it ends up not mattering if all of the defendants have to consent to it, because all of the defendants in this case did consent to it. So, all the defendants on the one side of the V, on the one side of the line, all of them, Reckless Ben LLC, Reckless Ben himself, Ben Schneider, Victor Wynn and Brian Mansell, the named defendants, have all agreed to take this into federal court. So will it for sure go into federal court and stay and remain in federal court? That is yet to be seen. However, I'm leaning toward probably. However, I'm not going to say for sure definitely it is. I mean, I have seen some other law tubers out here, saying there's nothing at all that BAM can do about this. They can't argue it. They can't say anything back. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think they can definitely argue it. And at the end of all those arguments taking place, then the court will decide, the federal court will decide, yeah, this belongs in federal court, or this should have never been come up to the federal court level, and then that federal judge can then remand the case back down to the state level, and we'll have to see how it goes there. So where we're sitting right now, where we're sitting right this very moment, there are a few things that are up in the air. And all we can really do is speculate. One of the things, like I just mentioned, is this going to stay for sure in federal court? Yes or no? Who knows? Probably. I think probably, but we'll have to see. The next or another question is, if it does stay in federal court, what does the timeline look like? How is this going to move? Because we still have another outstanding question, which has to do with this TRO. Is that temporary restraining order still in place? I don't think anyone actually really knows for sure, but because no one actually really knows for sure, I think Ben's probably going to be being very careful about, not posting until it is a little more set in stone. There are arguments weighing on both sides of whether that TRO is still in place. For example, there is a federal rule of civil procedure that says anything at the lower state court level that was put in place by a judge, even if it was at the state court level, even if that judge, maybe because of diversity shouldn't have actually made that ruling or whatever, there is a tendency in general to want to maintain the status quo. The status quo was there was a temporary restraining order in place, at least at the time that the notice for federal removal was filed by Ben and his lawyers. That's the status quo. As of right now, Monday, June 29th at, noon Eastern, the federal judge hasn't addressed that TRO at all whatsoever. It doesn't appear as anything has been filed regarding it or anything like that. And so there is a rule of federal procedure that says we're going to keep the TRO in place until it is done something with, pretty much, until the federal court does something with it. But there's also arguments weighing in favor of, no, that TRO is unconstitutional at this point, especially now because of how long it has run. Ben has not legally, supposedly been able to make comments on this case, or it's been a very restrictive TRO. That was something that really caught the attention of a lot of people. It's just how willing these judges in Utah have been to just trample all over Ben and the rest of the defendants' rights, and some of the unnamed defendants and some people that may never be named as defendants. But in Utah, those TROs are only T stands for temporary. So the TROs are really only supposed to last for 14 days. That's 2 weeks max before the defendant has a chance to go in and talk and defend and say his side of the story or her side of the story. Well, that 14 days done came and went, and I think twice. I mean, the restraining order was originally signed May, 29th or something, June 2nd. And then Ben didn't get notice of it until I think he said June 15th. So let's say he got notice of it on the day it was, signed again, which was June 9th. We have all these different dates here, but let's say June 9th is whenever the BAM parties got permission to serve Ben by email. And so let's say they sent him an email on June 9th. Well, that temporary restraining order has now expired as of June 23rd, a week ago. But yet Ben has still not spoken. Now, there's also another wrench that's been thrown into this whole thing, making things sort of up in the air. And that is Ben and his side have filed, along with the BAM parties, all the sides together have filed this sort of stipulated joint motion to modify the temporary restraining order at the state court level, thereby kind of giving somewhat legitimacy or authority to the court at the state court level. This is Judge Graff, the one on the Charlie Kirk trial rather. there's a lot, like I said, there's a lot of stuff going on here. The judge declined to sign it. And so as of right now, because of all these sort of like, plates in the air, as it were, I think nobody's like really 100% sure what a judge is going to say about this TRO at this point. And so for that reason, I think we are going to have to still wait to get part 3. Now, I could be totally wrong. I've never spoken to Ben. I don't know Ben. Is Graf released from this? Like, it's no longer on his plate? No, I don't think it's like exactly that set in stone quite yet. Thanks so much to Father McLeod for the $5 super chat. My wife and I watch you all day. We love watching you on the main TV through the weekend. You're the best update source. Thank you. Shout out to everybody got me on the TV. Okay, Colin is having conversations with mystery people. Ben is going to wait for the TRO to be gone. Okay. So that is one of the updates that I did have for y'all today. And let's just take a look at the Pacer one more time and see if anything else has been filed here. I go into Pacer and go, bam, franchising. I'm doubting anything's going to be filed, but since we're here, I do just want to, for completeness, yeah, nothing new. Okay. So we'll be checking that throughout today's live stream. There is something else that I wanted to update y'all on. There is something else I wanted to update y'all on another court date. So as you are likely aware, Ben has 2 at least criminal misdemeanor cases going on in the state of Utah as well. So originally we were supposed to have a hearing tomorrow, and that was going to be on the civil case. And then the very next day after that, there was going to be a hearing in the state of Utah versus Benjamin Paul Schneider. Okay, so this is the one where it is alleged stalking, and alleged targeted residential picketing from incidents on March 10th, 2026. Originally, like I said, it was supposed to be a hearing happening on Wednesday. This would have been July 1st. Well, that ain't happening no more, and let me show you why. So I was able to get the documents before the stream, so I didn't have to waste time on the stream getting them. I'm just going to pull them up now. So this is docket number 47. Docket number 47 in the criminal case, state of Utah versus Ben Schneider. New documents. I mean, they're not that new. They were filed, I believe, on the 24th. But it says defendant, this would be Ben Schneider. Okay, so now we're only in the case against Ben Schneider. This is not against anyone else. This is not Victor Wynn. This is nobody else. This is the criminal case, one of the 2 against Ben. He moves the court to enter an order continuing the waiver hearing. Okay, it was scheduled for July 1st, 2026. Mr. Delicino and Mr. Williams, these 2 lawyers that are representing Ben, why are they asking for a continuance or pushing the case off to another date? They're going to be in trial. The 2 lawyers have a trial going on, I guess, this week in St. George in the United States of America versus Brown. Deputy Utah County Attorney Christine Scott stipulates to this request. So I certify this, Mary Schumann. Okay, so that's docket number 47. Let me pull up docket 48. This is a notice to submit for a decision. So this is them saying, look, Your Honor, are you going to actually answer this? Because we need an answer from you. We actually need your permission here. The very next day, the same lawyer, Jeremy Delicino. This is again in the state of Utah versus Ben case for stalking and stalking and targeted residential picketing. The stipulated motion, the thing we just read, to continue the waiver hearing was filed yesterday because the motion is stipulated by the state. It is properly before the court for a ruling. So like, nudge, nudge, Your Honor. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, yeah, y'all can see it. Nudge, nudge, Your Honor. Can you please make a decision? Let us not have to be at the hearing. And then the judge did on that, I think it was on the same day, order that that was okay. So let me show y'all that. Order granting stipulated motion to continue waiver hearing. This matter having come before the court based on the stipulated motion to continue the waiver hearing and the stipulation of the parties, it is hereby ordered that the motion be granted. And the hearing in the above entitled case that was currently scheduled for July 1st, 2026 be stricken and a waiver hearing be rescheduled for August 12th, 2026 at 8:30 a.m. So this hearing, and by default, this whole case has really been sort of put on hold, put on ice, at least as far as we're concerned, until the middle of August, pretty much, or, the beginning of August, middle. So no more hearing going to be happening on July 1st for this case. It has been moved to August 12th. And so that leaves us with one hearing that is supposed to still be taking place within the next week, and that is the Provo City versus Benjamin Paul Schneider case. This is the one that is, what was that one? I don't remember which one that it was, like harassment. No, stalk. I don't remember what that one was, but it's not stalking and targeted residential picketing. This is the one I have the least certainty about. It's kind of like the stuff isn't really laid out that clearly in the documents available to the public. I believe this has to do with the December situation where Ben and I think maybe Sheldon went to the store, not the store, where they went to the headquarters, the CEO headquarters, and they talked to Ammon. I'm not 100% sure. But that one, we do have a hearing still scheduled as far as right now goes. Judge Stephen Schreiner, Judge Stephen H. Schreiner, courtroom 1. And since we're here, let me... Hold on. Let me pull that up. Let's see if that is the case or if a continuance has been filed there as well. I did check earlier this morning, but things move fast here, okay? This is case number 261000376. Oh no, I want to do district and justice. Uh-oh. Yeah, here it is. So the last thing that happened here in this case, we did read it in a recent live, was the request for discovery where Ben and his lawyers asked for a laundry list of stuff, and then the government gave back what I interpreted to be a little bit of a sassy reply saying, we already gave you a bunch of stuff and we ain't giving you nothing else. Thanks so much to Lisa for the $10. Okay, I came in late. Utah courts still have the 30th date going and still no federal date. I'm watching like a hawk since I'm in Utah. No, that's not what it is. So the 30th date is canceled. It's over. It's not supposed to be happening now. Both parties have asked to not have that hearing, as well as now it's been put in the federal court. So I think the federal court now has jurisdiction, at least for right now, over what happens next. And then the one that was supposed to happen, the hearing that was supposed to happen in the state of Utah, the criminal case versus Ben for stalking and targeted residential picketing, that one, case number 2614094, case number 261401094, state of Utah versus Benjamin Paul Schneider, Thomas Lowe, courtroom 5B, 5th floor. That's been canceled too. So no more July 1st hearing. It's only going to now be pushed into the month of August. And guess what else is happening in August? The Keefe D trial, the guy who is on trial for unaliving Tupac. Okay, so the only one that is still in place right now out of the June 30th, July 1st, and July 6th is the July 6th. That one does appear to still be on and popping. Yeah, so let me show y'all the Utah case calendar search. This is a different website, different resource, but it is a, utahcourts.gov website still. Case number, let's go 260 402353. This is the civil. So it is still listed as having an in-person hearing on the 30th, but for the reasons I just showed y'all, I do not think this is going to still be happening. Let's go to case number 261 401 094. See if this has been updated. No, it still has not been updated. But in the actual court docket, the judge has issued an order updating it. Okay, so the Utah State Courts, utahcourts.gov, the legacy website does appear to not be updated. Just for y'all's information. Thank you for the $10. Thank you, Justice, for the $2 super chat. Disney Plus documentary of Celeste, Girl in the Trunk. Yes, I do want to watch the Girl in the Trunk documentary. I have not gotten around to doing so yet, but I will be watching it and I will be updating y'all. Although I did see that Rabbit did an update already, Down the Rabbit Hole News. Shout out to her if y'all want to go check that out. Thank you again for the $2 super chat. So yeah, from what it looks like to me, and I've never spoken to Ben, I'm not in touch with Ben, I'm not in contact with Ben, but from just putting together, inferences based on his behaviors and the public statements that he has made, it does appear as though he's not going to talk at all, aka not going to release part 3 until he gets explicit go-ahead from the courts. Arguments can certainly be made. Arguments could certainly be made that he is no longer beholden to that TRO. I think the arguments that could be made are pretty strong and compelling, but who wants to really roll the dice on a situation like that, especially when he's also facing criminal charges? I think it's silly. The criminal charges he's facing are based on lies and affidavits and things like that, but probably just to be safe. Yeah, exactly. And if I were in Ben's position, I would also not say anything until it was explicitly permitted by a court that I could say it again. Because you just never know. You never know what these scoundrels are going to try to do. Of course, they did agree to let him post his videos. They're the ones who asked for the TRO. And then now they are saying, yeah, he could put his videos up or keep his videos up or post his videos. We don't care. But these scoundrels, you can't really trust a single word they say. So I don't blame him if he's trying to wait and hold off. Colin is saying, yeah, that's spot on. The state shall proceed. Yeah, this is that federal rule that I was talking about earlier that said, everything stays kind of frozen until the federal court speaks to some extent. Yes, yes, nerdy dog mom. I agree. Nobody's asking me for advice, but I do agree. Ben should release part 3 when civilly and criminally safe to do so. Absolutely. At least when it, has some type of explicit permission that the TRO is indeed and in fact modified, canceled, etc. Okay, so those were the big court updates that I wanted to share with y'all. The case has officially hit Pacer. It was already on Court Listener. Now, what do we want to talk? Okay, let's see. I'm just trying to decide what topic I want to talk about next. I guess let's do the song. I know some of y'all really hate. Oh Lord. I know some of y'all really hate AI and all that. And I'm with y'all. I really am not a big AI fan, but sometimes something comes along that it's just too good to pass up. It's just too good not to show. So I want to show y'all, some of you may have already seen this video. It's another one of those music video, parody kind of music videos about this case, and it is called It's Yours, but It's Legally Mine. All right, and this is an AI created song, but it is just too good. It is just too good. Okay. So, wait, let me just make sure I got the sound on here. I have to like manually turn it on, and sometimes I forget. Then y'all can't hear nothing. So, the reason, other than it being like so funny, is this is such a great explanation. Like, this is really a good way to explain the whole legally mine thing in an entertaining and educational way. And it also has like, AI renderings of the parties involved. I'm gonna turn the captions on. His daddy built a name you could trust, the kind that locks your... Okay, they already have the captions on. Hold on, let me turn them off then. Okay, starting over. His daddy built a name you could trust, the kind that locks your fortune safe from rust. That he shared the whole firm with his son to carry the family name bright. But the kid took Look at Ammon. That's Ammon. Look at the conference. Stop. Okay, hold on. We have to stop. I know it's like a song you're supposed to like just watch it through, girl. Look at the conference. He's talking at a Legally Mine conference. It looks like an Illuminati meeting, girl. Look at that. Look at the Illuminati MLM meeting. We protect what yours. What's yours? Locked up, tight and shined. We protect what's yours, 'cause it's legally mine. Oh my God, it's diabolical. Father and son, they came to blows, each one sure that the firm now they fight, they dragged the whole fight to a judge to settle. It's very confusing. I feel like they made the judge look like a Dan McNeff clone. Who was right in their grudge? The son came out on the winning side. He took the cash and waved goodbye. We protect what's yours. Locked up, tight and shined. We protect what's yours, 'cause it's legally mine. He took all the cash and he bought a chain. Someone said it's like the Turning Point USA event when Erica Kirk after Charlie passed. No, ma'am, it's not, because want to know why? There's no pillars of fire. There's no pillars of fire. He's got no shoes on. Look at the Legally Mine NPC. 100 little shops that he could rain. Oh yeah, this is where he bought. Oh my God, look how sinister. This is where he bought up with the Legally Mine money, the bricks and the minifigs. Look, they going in the van with the money. Mine. Really, truly missed opportunity to put the money in a U-Haul. If you know, you know. He took all the cash and he bought a chain. 100 little shops that he could rain. He locked every owner in tight with a deal fine print that they didn't know. One tried. Oh, look at Crystal. So he took the store, she left. Cleaned it out and showed her the door. We protect what's yours. Look at them. They're locking her out. Look at the safes. 'Cause it's legally mine. It's so diabolical. Look at Josh Johnson. A likeness of him. Look the U-Haul. Honestly, this video makes Ammon McNeff look way cooler than he really is. Out a Lego load, came back to collect what he was owed. Flipped through the papers, gave him a grin. That's not my name. Here within. It's so good. Look at Brian. He's like, what the hell? Try to fight me. Get back in line. We protect what's yours. Oh no. Oh no, the cops all in on it. 'Cause it's legally mine. Look at the cops dancing. Stop. Stop. Oh, Lord, have mercy.
told the whole world, but nobody answered his call. He shouted alone in the dark for so long, with his back up against the wall. Then the people woke up, and they rallied around, and all those he wronged. Gotta bring him down.
Oh my God, look at Ben. Oh Lord.
The stores, the bricks, the show.
It's just too good. Let it go. Look, he has no feet. I mean, no shoes. The toes, the toes, the toes. Anyway, I don't really like AI too much like that, but that one was just, to me, it was too good not to show y'all. There's another one on there, American Fork, something, something. Welcome to American Fork. I already watched that one. I know, like, people are like, somebody could just, like, write a song and sing the song and record the song and make a music video, and then we wouldn't be having to look at this AI. I mean, very true. Anybody with that criticism is more than welcome to go and do that. I don't, like, understand why, it's like, well, why doesn't someone write a song and record the song and release a song and make a music video? What's a great question. Why don't you? I would play it. Somebody makes a song without AI and music video and all that. I'd love to show it on my channel, me. But so far it doesn't look like anybody's done that to my knowledge. So just as soon as y'all get ready to do that, instead of bitching, I'll be happy to play the song. All right. Yeah, no, the feet are so offensive. The feet are so offensive. We need Afro Man for sure. We definitely need Afro Man. We definitely need an Afro Man song. And nobody's going to be people got jobs, people got bills to pay, people have stuff to do. I mean, I would love to be on a song. Thing is, I don't really play any instruments. So what am I to do? Some of the lyrics are human, somebody said. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who made that song, but shout out to whoever did. It's very funny. If AI is getting used, I'd rather be used for something I find entertaining, I guess. Anyway, okay. So what else? So, okay. Dan McNeff, we can talk about him. He's on Facebook again, all right? And I made a video about his post already. This is a public post. This is public. I did make... I did make a video. Hold on. I need my water. Where is it? Yeah, where's Weird Al? He needs to come out of retirement. Okay. We did talk about a recent post that Dan McNeff made. I think it was on Friday. Maybe it was on Saturday. No, Friday, Thursday, Saturday, Friday. I don't remember. It was like a few days ago. But at the time that I made that video, I did already know about this other thing that he had posted on Facebook, and nobody else seems to have posted about it. Nobody else seems to have made a video about it. So now, yeah, this is public. Thanks so much. Dan McNeff continuing to tweet. Not tweet. His on Facebook, his public Facebook, but he continues to tweet or rather post things on Facebook that I unfortunately do have to agree with some aspects of. Let me show you what I mean. Here's Dan McNeff. This is the father. Speaking of AI, look at his profile picture, girl. He's got the 3 teddy bears, and it still says works at Legally Mine, studied at BYU. Some people were saying, he doesn't own Legally Mine anymore. Now he's like relinquished his membership to this other guy or whatever who's on the filings and stuff. Why does his Facebook still say he works at Legally Mine though, girl? I mean, that's my question. Maybe he needs to update that. Oh, Weird Al is on tour, so he's not retired. Okay, slay. All right. So he says, on June 20th, so this is like 9 days ago, for many of us, our relationship with God begins at church. That's true. I think that's a true statement. Many times this leads people into a situation where the religion becomes our God because we believe that the church represents God. Okay, got it. Unfortunately, there are many men and women who have used religion as a way to create personal wealth and control others. Sound like Josh Johnson to me. That wealth is maintained by controlling the hearts and minds of its members. Christ recognized this in his ministry and objected to the control men exercised over the Jewish people of his day. One of the reasons he was hated so much is that he wasn't afraid to speak out against religionists of his day who didn't really see others as fellow men, but rather as subjects in their religious hierarchy. And I'm like, wait, ain't this man a Mormon? Like, doesn't this apply to, like, you know, that religion? I don't know. I've never been a Mormon. I don't know. Maybe somebody a Mormon could tell me. Every man, woman, or child has the opportunity to develop a relationship with God, and this should be the center of our lives. Once this relationship with God is established in our own lives, we can then use God's love and example as a means of helping others in our lives. When the time comes for us to pass on to what is next, my hope would be that those around me will say he did what he could to make the world a better place by treating others with love and respect as Christ did in his ministry. Girl, I don't know if Christ would have skipped out on his daddy's funeral. I mean, is he coming for the LDS? I mean, yeah, that took a turn. Like, where is he going? Where is he going with this? Dan is pro reckless Ben. Get this pawpaw off face. Somebody get pawpaw off Facebook. Mormons were actually the first Zionists. I mean, they do have a lot of Zion. This is quite the plot twist. Okay, pawpaw, go to bed. Oh man. That is something else. Read the super chats, okay? United Breaks Guitars. Okay, I'll have to thank you for the $5, Nailhead. I'll have to play that later. I don't really like to play stuff like react to stuff first on my live. I gotta see if it's all above board and stuff, but I'll check that out. Thank you to Hoamaru for the $4.99. You should look into the McNeff versus Sons case. It was a ruse farce to avoid paying taxes in the transfer. That's their business asset protection. I've seen people say this before. I did look into that case. It does look like there was supposed to be like exactly an $18,000. Let me pull my web up so y'all can see what I'm looking at. It does look like there was supposed to be an $18,000 monthly installment paid to Ammon. And come to find out, he actually owed exactly about that much to the IRS each month. But then I'm not quite willing to say that that was a ruse. Want to know why? Because it's disputed. It is disputed whether or not that IRS paperwork was real. Ammon himself disputed it. He said, that he was never provided with that paperwork directly from the IRS. He said it was like around this stuff. This is that retaliation email where it was just breaking news at one point, not anymore. It's like kind of old news now. That pretty much Ammon and his brother were fired in a way from Legally Mine. And then they were asked to, or assigned, as it were, to be exclusively over Bricks and Minifigs, like the BAM franchising. That was, that came up in that lawsuit. Dan had claimed previously that the Sons were spending too much time on Bricks and Minifigs, but now, in that lawsuit, he was saying that they should spend more time. We also got insight into their salaries in that lawsuit. Plaintiff's termination saves the company $280,000 a year. So I don't know if they were getting the same exact salary or not, but combined, they were making, the McNeff brothers were making $280,000 a year in salaries, plus expenses related to vehicles, phones, and benefits. In the dark of night between the close of business on October 15th and the early morning hours of Friday, October 16th, Ammon and Matt entered Legally Mine's offices. These are allegations that were made by their dad. And so this was something that I did find to be very interesting, because it's like, isn't that kind of what Crystal Law sort of kind of sued them for too? Like kind of just showing up, sending Brandon Best at night and saying, okay, you're kicked out, bye. Just overnight she's just kicked out of the store. Thank you for the super chat as well. So I'm not willing to say necessarily it was like a ruse, but I am willing to entertain that it could have been. Pokey is saying, wait, wasn't this just a way to transfer assets and responsibilities? That is what some people are saying. That is what I am saying. I'm not willing to say as if it is some type of fact. I'm open to that possibility. I'm open to that theory, but I would need to see a little bit more evidence for that before I'd be willing to make that claim myself. But I mean, they do seem to be experts in asset protection. I'll say that. The best explanation is that Josh wanted a lot of stores. Brandon, as the third-party auditor, helped them to get there. Could be. Let's see. How culpable Ammon and Matt are, I think, is a question. But Josh and Brandon are named plaintiffs alongside. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Reduced inheritance tax. Anything's possible. I truly do not put anything past these people. Not a single thing. True Latter-day Saint will be nothing like the McNeffs. They're kind, they do charity and show up when asked for help. They donate and help in times of crisis without recognition. I've had the occasion to know some LDS members and former members personally, and in my experience with them, they have been very kind, very nice, very helpful, not exclusive. Some people are really exclusive. Like, if you're not in their religion, they don't even want to talk to you and be your friend or whatever. I haven't had that experience, but I do want to say, I've never been to Salt Lake City. I mean, I think it's a whole different animal over there. So, there's that. Okay, so what else did I have to talk to y'all about today? Okay, so let's talk about the Wall Street Journal article. Let's talk about the Wall Street Journal article. I was able to get a copy of this downloaded. So y'all probably saw this. I do think Echo Base Network also made a video about this. It's this article right here. It's got this picture of this, obviously LDS affiliated American Fork resident. And it's called, it's titled, How a Star Wars Lego Dispute Triggered an Armed Police Raid in Utah. It started with a consignment gone bad, and it ended with a small town turned upside down. I wanted to read this to y'all, kind of verbatim, word for word. If you want to see this article, please do go and check it out on the Wall Street Journal. I will be showing some snippets and pieces here. Starting with, the first paragraph or whatever. American Fork, Utah, growing up in this sun-drenched town tucked between the Wasatch Mountains and the sparkling waters of Utah Lake, Taylor Reese remembers feeling well protected by the local police. That's American Fork, the corrupt American Fork police. He said, quote, all my interactions with the department were awesome. Then came the Lego Wars, a nasty spat over a huge collection of allegedly stolen Star Wars Legos sets and minifigs has turned this quiet suburb upside down. The catalyst, and look how they describe Ben. This is kind of what type of things I like to look for when I'm reading articles, right? The catalyst of turning the town upside down, a muckraking YouTuber named Reckless Ben, who stormed into town on a mission to recover the toy bricks for an ailing retiree's family. That set off a series of escalating reactions by American Fork police to the YouTuber's shenanigans. See how it kind of makes it seem like, they just had to respond to him storming into the town doing shenanigans, muckraking YouTuber, culminating in a search of his Airbnb at gunpoint. Now, I guess it could be worse. I've definitely seen, more biased coverage in my day. But I don't really think it's evenly, I personally don't think it's evenly covering the two sides. Like, American Fork Police Department obviously violated Ben's civil rights, violated the Constitution, violated their oath to the United States Constitution, probably broke procedures and policies, definitely did stuff that violated many people's constitutional rights, including that unconstitutional search warrant. And this is the freaking Wall Street goddamn Journal. If anybody is going to be talking about violations of rights, I would assume it would be like the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, maybe the Atlantic. But no, they don't bother to do that. They're just kind of like not really dealing with that at all. It's definitely alarming, said this Lego guy up here, Taylor Reese. And it's like, why are we talking to Taylor Reese? Who in the hell is Taylor Reese, and why do I care? I mean, okay, he likes Legos and he lives in American Fork. What does this have to do with him? It just seems like did his talent agent, did his YouTube manager set this article up? Like, why do I need to know about him? He has nothing to do with this story. Has he made a single video about this story? Like, who is this guy? Oh, I used to feel safe, but now I don't. Why wasn't Ben interviewed? Oh yeah, there's a gag order. Okay, why wasn't someone else who's not under a gag order who has something to do with this case interviewed? And just before y'all start, I ain't talking about me. They should not have contacted me to talk about this. But maybe one of the lawyers on the case, maybe a police officer, maybe anybody that has any damn thing to do with this case, perhaps. It's just this random guy. Why are we quoting this random guy in this article? It's definitely alarming, he said. Police Chief Cameron Paul fired back in his own video. Remember when I would hardly call what he said firing back. I would more call it like he did like a pathetic lie infested ASMR attempt with bad lighting. That's what I would call it. But I don't write at the Wall Street Journal, so they didn't ask me. Yeah, whimpered back is what should have been. Yeah, whimpered. Yeah, blame the messenger. Right. Soft-spoken, timid coward, Cameron. Saying people who believe they have been wronged financially aren't exempt from laws against harassment, trespassing, stalking, and other conduct. Yeah, I mean, that man is so cucked out. This saga has more pieces than a Death Star Lego set. But the trail starts in Oregon. Oh, I get it. Oregon Trail. I get it. Where Ed Mansell spent about $20,000 over more than a decade amassing a Star Wars Lego empire, thinking of it as an eventual college fund for his grandchildren. When Ed's health began to fade in 2023, his son Brian, we all know this story, arranged with a Kaiser, Oregon store called Bricks and Minifigs, the local franchise of a nationwide chain of Lego resellers, to sell the collection on consignment. Brian would later say online, quote, "This was a store's worth of inventory. A store's worth." Brian would later say online, the store hyping the kickoff sale valued the collection at $200,000. We saw that post before, and called it one of the world's largest private Star Wars Lego collections. But the arrangement crumbled when the ownership of the franchise changed hands in 2024. The new owners balked. The new owners, corporate employees, Josh and Brandon Best, balked at recognizing Mansell's claim on its inventory. Enter reckless Ben. Last year, Mansell got connected to the self-styled internet sleuth, whose real name is Benjamin Schneider, based in Los Angeles. The 30-year-old is a showman with 1 million+ YouTube subscribers. Now, importantly, most of the YouTube subscribers he has today were acquired after this whole Legos thing blew up. He's now, what is he at now? Let me just check and see now, because it's growing every day, even though he isn't even allowed to post anything over there about this story. Now, I kind of wish he would just start posting his next story if he's already got it ready, but I don't think he does that. 1.48, so almost 1.5 million subscribers now today. Based in Los Angeles. Okay. But at the time that he posted the first video on this matter, I don't think he even had 500. I don't even think he had 500,000 YouTube subscribers at that time. So, I mean, yeah, like now the Wall Street Journal's like, oh my God, look at all the 1 million+ YouTube subscribers. But he didn't have 1 million. He had less than half of that when he started this story. So let's not get it twisted, Wall Street Journal. And again, it's just like, in and of itself, I guess it's not that big of a deal, but it just appears to me that they're kind of reporting this in a biased and a dishonest way. And that's why I really wanted to kind of like go through it with a fine tooth comb with y'all. He claims to have broken the world record for the most flips on a slack line during a 2021 episode of the Go Big show. Schneider soon launched a, quote, relentless campaign to shame the Oregon store into making good on the contract Mansell says he signed with the previous franchisee. Ben Schneider's team climbed the store's roof, draped a "We Steal from Old People" banner over its signage, and sued the business under 10 different small claims cases. Schneider chronicled the campaign in his video, "I Tracked Down the Thief Who Stole $200,000 in Lego." While the viral attention eventually shut down the Oregon outlet, that's not true, right? Like we know that's not true. The viral attention did not eventually shut down the Oregon outlet. Look at this. They say Schneider climbed the store's roof, draped a "We Steal from Old People" banner. In the video, this was campaigned, right? Schneider chronicled the campaign in his video. The video came out on May 21st. We still, I tracked down the thief, da-da-da-da-da. This is misleading and dishonest at best. And it's a bold-faced, unmitigated lie at worst. Because it says, okay, look, he chronicled this all in his video. And then it said, the viral attention eventually shut down the outlet, the Oregon store. That's kind of not really true. Because what do we know about video number one? It came out May 21st. Yes, it does show him hanging signs or someone hanging signs. Maybe it's not him. It's, someone else. And it does show all this stuff. But what is the very ending? What is the very end of the video? What is it? The store's closed. So by the time the video came out and was published for you and me to see, that store was already closed. But the way this Wall Street Journal article is written, it makes it seem like the video, Ben Schneider's video on the matter, made the store close. And this is kind of echoing the false allegations and the false claims that are being made by Bricks and Minifigs in the lawsuit against Ben, is that they had to shut the store down because of the viral videos. Bitch, the video didn't go viral till after the store was shut down. Like, y'all got a time machine, or y'all just on drugs? Y'all can't keep track of what happened first, or you just got to lie all the time? Like, there's no possible way that the video going viral made the store shut down, because the store being shut down is in the first viral video. The store was already shut down. Before the video came out, the store was shut down. Now, maybe Bricks and Minifigs might argue it went viral on Instagram. But the way this Wall Street Journal article has written this article, the way the Wall Street Journal has written this article and published this article, it makes it seem like, look, the last thing in this paragraph is, Schneider chronicled the campaign in his video. I tracked down the thief who stole $200,000 in Lego. They do not say what date this video is published. Then the very next sentence, while the viral attention eventually shut down the Oregon outlet. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree this is a little misleading at best. Schneider didn't stop there. Yeah, because his point wasn't to shut down the store. His point was to get the Legos back. And they leave that out. He traveled to American Fork, home to 2 of the people, false, home to 1 of the people. The other guy lives in Cotton Ridge Heights or whatever. So again, wrong. And this is like, I go through this because I remember, exactly where I was when I realized that just because something's in the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal or the LA Times does not mean it's real. They just be posting anything. They be posting anything. It could be fake. Over 4 days in March, Schneider and his collaborators showed up multiple times at the home of the franchisee / also corporate employee. They leave that part out, that this is a corporate employee as well, who he literally told the cops that too. The owner, Joshua Aaron Johnson, you see how they leave his name out, like as to protect him, but they put Ben's full name in there? Got it. The owner called the American Fork Police Department and at one point told dispatchers he was going to shoot someone. I'm glad at least they put that in there if the harassment didn't end. Police warned Schneider and the others not to trespass on the property. And you see how they leave out that he was trying to serve them process, like he was trying to serve them with a lawsuit, and Josh refused to take the lawsuit, and he was there for a legal purpose, and he was following the law, by showing up. They leave that all out. They leave it all out. Interesting. Very interesting to me. They leave it all out. The article goes on to say Schneider responded with more antics, filming all the while. God forbid somebody film while they're trying to expose corruption. God forbid. I'm going to try to see if I can get Long Island Audit on my channel soon. He recently got arrested for no reason, unconstitutionally, because he was trying to interview a president of a police union. And God forbid somebody try to film something, God forbid they try to film documenting the corruption, because then all of a sudden they're a criminal and they need to be arrested. And Sean Paul Reyes even has nerve damage apparently in his hands now from how tight they handcuffed him. And he was pleading with them to let him go. They had him handcuffed in a police station for 7 hours. Just crazy stuff. Unconstitutional, to say the least. The article goes on. He and his team used ruses to try to talk to the franchisee, Joshua Aaron Johnson, or serve legal papers. They used ruses to try to serve legal papers. Well, this is how you do it. That's what they do. Okay. Posing as a Mormon and wearing a wig. So apparently the guy who did go and say he wanted to talk to Brother Johnson is really a Mormon. And so more lies from the Wall Street Journal. I mean, it's sickening. It's sickening and disgusting. Ben did do some stuff that is questionable. I'm willing to admit that. I'm not like 100% everything Ben ever did and said was great and wonderful. I'm not even willing to go so far as to say that he maybe didn't possibly do the residential picketing thing. We'll have to see how it goes in court. But this lies is not necessary. It's not necessary to put fake stuff in the Wall Street Journal, but yet here they are doing it. Schneider responded with more antics. He and his team used ruses to try to talk to the franchisee, including posing as a Mormon. That's not true. That kid was actually a Mormon. He actually is. He's actually in a texting group with other Mormon young men group. Like, why do they put this in here, posing as a Mormon? It's crazy. It's really crazy. Eventually, they posted a sign across the street from Joshua Aaron Johnson's home featuring his image and the words, "I stole a family." No, that again, this is not what the sign said. It did not say, quote, "I stole a family's life savings." You know what it said? Somebody put it in here. It said, "I stole a dying man's life savings." That's what it said. Now, is that a true statement? Is it a false statement? I don't know. That's going to have to get sorted out in the defamation point. But Wall Street Journal can't bother to even put the quote right, and they put quotes. This was all part of a GoFundMe campaign, which went on to raise more than $500,000, and it's still not enough. Showdown at the vacation rental. Local police weren't laughing. Yeah, they were being unconstitutional. They conducted traffic stops of the YouTubers. And again, they conducted traffic stops. And this Wall Street Journal article does not say for no reason. When they pulled them over for the stop sign, Officer Cole R. Richardson, who apparently is on the Brady list, he had said, "Do you know why I pulled you over? It's because you didn't make a complete stop at the stop sign." Well, the body camera footage determined that was a lie. And the Wall Street Journal waited over a month before posting anything about this story and didn't bother getting it correct, or at least didn't bother including all of the relevant facts. Like, they were unconstitutional stops, both of them. The second stop, they weren't cited for speeding. They never even told Tyler Shaw why they pulled him over on that second stop. It was more unconstitutional than the first one. At least the first one, they lied, and now they can go to court and be like, "Okay, well, it didn't look like you stopped to me," even though that's going to be complete and total fantasy. Why did the Wall Street Journal not report that there was no reason to stop these people? There was no reason to pull them over. It makes it seem like they're just committing all these traffic violations over there in the middle of Utah. Searched his car for drugs. None were found. And I don't think it was a rental car either. I think that was Tyler Shaw's actual car. Again, wrong, right? Like, what facts do they even get right here? The local police weren't laughing. Actually, they were. They were giggling and laughing the whole time. Remember the guy we did the deagle and the hydra? They were laughing. They actually, in fact, actually, literally, legitimately were actually laughing. They were laughing. They were laughing. Like, they can't even get the most basic facts correct. The cops conducted, I can't just let this go. I'm going to just need to put unconstitutional, warrantless, or I'll do baseless traffic stops. Searched the car, found nothing. Did a full-scale unconstitutional raid of his Airbnb with AK-47s drawn, pointing them at least one minor. Officers with long guns, automatic weapons. They call it long guns here. It's automatic weapons. Let's call it what it is, baby girl, baby boy. And took Ben and 4 others into custody. And this is after, remember, Sheldon Norcross was already in custody for nothing, for no reason at all, because he tried to close his phone, which is his right. The warrant, Chief Paul mumbled, was based on the landlord's tip. And I hope somebody sues the dog shit out of that landlord, by the way, about hearing the Airbnb guests talking about stolen Legos. This angered locals, like this lady. They were talking about the story they were working on, obviously. The chief put out a 26-minute video to defend his department. Schneider responded with his own videos, using body camera footage to challenge many of the chief's, I'm going to say, false claims. Schneider faces misdemeanor charges of stalking and targeted residential picketing in American Fork, and similar charges in Provo, where he went after Bricks and Minifigs corporate offices. See this too. I mean, he went after the Bricks and Minifigs corporate office. Like, what do you freaking mean went after? My question has always been here. Who was Ben supposed to ask for help? Who was Brian Mansell supposed to ask for help? First, they started with the franchise. Well, the franchise closed down. Then he goes and tries to talk to the corporate. No. First, he started with the franchise. Who was working there at the franchise? Amanda. Amanda said, you got to call corporate. You have to talk to corporate. Well, he did talk to corporate. He had been told to talk to corporate. He already talked to corporate. Corporate didn't want to hear it. Corporate said he went to corporate. When he went to corporate, you know what they told him? You got to talk to the local franchise. Well, if there's no local franchise because it's shut down and Josh is refusing to talk to Ben, how is it a crime that he's going to the corporate office to speak to somebody in person when he's been instructed to do exactly that? Instructed, not just invited. But the Wall Street Journal just doesn't bother to include any of that nuance. They instead call it Ben went after the corporate offices. See what I mean? Like, it's not as great of a thing. Like, people being like, oh, yay, it's made mainstream news now. I mean, I guess that's only as good as the story, though. Like, if you're like some old grandpa or some old mama and you only getting your news from the Wall Street Journal, you really are thinking like this story actually went in a way that it didn't actually go. Bricks and Minifigs also sued Ben, Schneider, and others, alleging a RICO conspiracy to shake down the company. It claims the Lego collection was worth between $80,000 and $100,000, and only $20,000 to $40,000 of the Legos has been unaccounted for. It blames the dispute over the Legos on the original franchisee, Crystal Law, which in turn points her finger back to Bricks and Minifigs. The two sides are suing each other. Both Ben Schneider and Brian Mansell declined to comment on the lawsuit. Well, no shit. There's a temporary restraining order. They're not allowed to talk. I'm sure they would have loved to. But unconstitutional, loser, Tony Graff, already signed this unconstitutional search warrant, temporary restraining order. And like, my biggest issue with Tony Graff is not that he signed the restraining order, temporary restraining order. My biggest issue is that he waived the fee, the bond. They should have had to pay that bond, and he waived it for them. So, you can't really know what you don't know. That's for sure. But the judge basically saying, I trust these people so much that they don't even have to have a bond, and I'm going to restrict someone's freedom of speech. I'm going to do a prior restraint. Basically, now it's going to turn out to be indefinitely, as far as we're concerned, as far as right now. This journalist needs to go back to school. Who wrote this article? Let me see if I can find it. It doesn't say. Oh, Joe Barrett. Joebarrett. Okay, let me finish the article here. They reached out to Brian and Ben, and both of them declined to comment on the lawsuit because there's a restraining order. Meanwhile, in American Fork, protesters last Saturday, so like not this past Saturday, but the one before, marched from a downtown park to the police station chanting brick by brick. Joined by Reckless Ben himself, the fallout even reached the bell-towered City Hall, where a recent council meeting became a venue for debating police conduct and community safety. The eyes of Utah and the eyes of YouTube are on American Fork. Stop shielding the American Fork Police Department and initiate a formal independent third-party audit, said Alex Sabin. Schneider's videos of the Lego mission and the fallout have generated more than 25 million views, and he said he doesn't hold a grudge against American Fork. I thought American Fork was awesome, he wrote to a reporter, praising the friendly people and the beautiful scenery. Can't say the same for the police department, but everything else was amazing. Ben is funny. So y'all can go to check out the Wall Street Journal if you want to see the full article and all of that. Let's get the likes up. And the article is linked in the description if y'all want to go and check that Wall Street Journal article out. Okay, so I wanted to give my little 2 cents on that. Now, speaking of those Airbnb owners that I really hope somebody sues the beep out of, because, like, here's the thing. I've been watching a lot of the different, like, legal commentators, lawyers, and things on this case. This weekend I watched Clearly Established had interviewed Solomon Radner, who has been reported to be the guy, one of the people that's going to be representing like Sheldon Norcross and Tyler and Sierra and them with the GoFundMe. He didn't confirm that he is going to be working on the case or not, but he said that he can confirm that it is highly likely that he will be taking a substantial role on the case or whatever. So, I mean, kind of looks like he's going to be on the case. Solomon Radner, who is a very, very prominent, very effective, very successful civil rights litigator, specifically suing the police. And so he did an interview this weekend, maybe 2 interviews actually, at least one. He did an interview this weekend with Clearly Established, and they talked about these Airbnb owners. And I also watched other interviews with other lawyers, other videos with other lawyers about how it's going to be so difficult. And it always is so difficult to sue the police. It's just so hard to sue them and to win because they have this immunity, qualified immunity, and so do judges. And it's really just BS. I think it's really ridiculous because they don't have qualified immunity when it comes to criminal charges, but only when we, the people, try to get some type of justice for the abuse that they inflict upon us. But you know what's a lot easier to get justice for? If you can't get the police, you go get everybody that worked with them. And I think it will be a whole lot easier to successfully sue the Airbnb owners for violations of privacy, for contract violations, breach of contract on the Airbnb host thing. Somebody did send me the Airbnb host rules of calling the police and sharing information with the police. Let me see if I can find those real quick because it's very telling. Hold on. Okay, this is Airbnb.com, Guidelines for United States Law Enforcement. These guidelines describe how Airbnb responds to data requests from law enforcement. The following information is provided specifically for law enforcement entities that seek information about members of the Airbnb platform in connection with the lawful investigation. I want the host rules. Hold on. I've seen them before. I'm just trying to find. just check my email. Someone did send it to me, and I think it's worth taking the time to read those. Hold on. I guess I can't find it. Let's see. You do have to inform guests about security devices. Transparency helps build trust. Hosts are not allowed to have security cameras or recording devices that monitor any part of a listing's interior, such as the hallway, bedroom, bathroom, living room. Hidden security cameras are strictly prohibited. These prohibitions also apply to the common areas and shared spaces like living rooms. For certain listings in Japan, hosts are allowed to have exterior community security cameras, exterior, and recording devices on the exterior, as long as they don't monitor areas where guests have a greater expectation of privacy. Hosts must disclose the location of the security cameras, like I have a camera in my front yard or back patio. Hosts are allowed to have noise decibel monitors in the listing's interior, but the host has to disclose that those are present. Okay. This isn't what I was looking for, but this is still very informative. Look at this. This is from Airbnb.com. Number 1, overview of law enforcement data request process. Airbnb has a dedicated global law enforcement operations team that evaluates and reviews each law enforcement request for legal validity in accordance with our terms of service, privacy policy, and those law enforcement guidelines and applicable laws and regulations. This team has processes in place to assist law enforcement 24/7 through our dedicated law enforcement portal. All law enforcement requests for member data must be submitted via the portal. Okay? So, why am I focusing on this? Why did I spend so much time here? What are Utah Airbnb laws and regulations? I think it goes by municipality. I don't think there are any in Utah as a whole. I think it goes by town or city. It used to be the case that Airbnb was not allowed. People were not allowed to rent out their homes as Airbnbs in American Fork, but that changed in 2020 and it is now allowed for the past 6 years. The reason I'm focusing on this is because of that, in my opinion, completely unconstitutional search warrant that also was full of lies. And it said that the Airbnb owner, oh, my hard drive done ejected again. I got to get a new one. It said that the Airbnb owner had shared video surveillance footage of the outside of their Airbnb showing Ben and them going inside, or Ben going inside, and also had shared information with the cops. And again, this was a friend, this was a buddy, this was a pal. They had done hydro together at the Deagle or the whatever the hell. And so they basically get this buddy old pal to say, oh yeah, I heard him. I heard Ben talking about stolen Legos and in my Airbnb. Like, so, okay, so you were eavesdropping? Did you disclose that there were listening devices? Did you have your freaking ear up to the door? What do you mean you overheard them talking? So let's look at the Airbnb rules. Like, that doesn't even seem allowed. All law enforcement requests for member data must be submitted via the Airbnb portal. All law enforcement officials that are authorized to seek information about members of the Airbnb platform in connection with a lawful criminal investigation should select their preferred language, register, and create an account in the portal. You have to do that. The cops have to do this to get information from these people. Law enforcement officials then may update and or track the status of their request and communicate directly with the law enforcement operations team through their dedicated password protected account. To create an account, mandatory to use an official government issued email address that is directly associated with law enforcement agency. Law enforcement officials who do not submit law enforcement requests through the portal should expect a longer response time. Please ensure your request is addressed to this address. We receive and respond to these legally valid requests for user information on a regular basis. Our law enforcement transparency reports, which are published annually, offer insights. Legal requirements. The following is required for, remember they were saying like a valid, legally valid. Legally valid request. What is required for it to be legally valid in the United States? A valid trial, grand jury, or other court-issued subpoena is required to compel the disclosure of basic subscriber records, or a court order issued is required to compel disclosure of other records pertaining to an account, not including the contents of member communications, or for the content of member communications, such as what you heard them say maybe to each other when they had a reasonable expectation of privacy inside that Airbnb. A search warrant has to be issued under the federal rules of criminal procedure or equivalent state warrant. Okay, so what ended up actually happening? The Airbnb owners supposedly told the American Fork Police Department that Ben was in the house and that they heard him talking about stolen Legos. Okay. That statement was used and relied upon to get a warrant. Come to find out, according to the Airbnb policies, it was supposed to go the other way. Warrant was supposed to be first. And if the cops didn't have a warrant, they were supposed to go through this law enforcement portal, which they did not do. If you have questions about these requirements, you should seek legal advice. Airbnb explicitly reserves the right to require the use of specific additional processes where available. Law enforcement requests must be submitted through the portal. Only if you are unable to submit this through the portal, then you can notify Airbnb of your request. And again, y'all, this wasn't like, oh, we think somebody's dying. We think somebody is, being trafficked. We think somebody stole $1 million worth of something from there. We saw him go in there with a gun. No, it was, we think he might have stolen Legos. This is insane to me. And I hope they sue these people for violating this. Please note, Airbnb may notify affected members when it receives a valid law enforcement request. And then there are obviously exigent circumstances. Was this an emergency? Possible stolen Legos? No, it was not. I'm just scrolling the rest here. Even just is someone in basic information? This is the registration information an Airbnb member enters when they sign up to the platform, like their ID number, their account name, their email address, or their phone number. Airbnb members create their accounts and listings themselves, and that information that we have in the database is user-generated. We cannot verify the veracity of this information. Okay, so with all of that in mind, 2 days ago, somebody posted this in the Reddit, and I think it's great questions. I have similar questions myself, so I wanted to read these. Someone said, can we talk about the Airbnb owners spying on Ben? I have questions. Girl, me too. That one artist, me too. I know this is old news, they say, but I just want to talk about it. And I do have some questions if anyone happens to have an answer. Do we know who initiated the connection with the police? Did the couple just decide there were thugs downstairs with no outside influence? Or, more likely, did the police find out where Ben was, contact the people who lived there, and then ask them to listen for anything they might use as possible reason to enter the Airbnb? That's a great question. Let me go replug my hard drive in and then pull up the search warrant. We'll see what they said. Cole G. Richardson himself, who needs to be freaking fired. One moment. Do I have the Legally Mine song stuck in my head? Yes, I do. Way back, what? Yeah. Okay. Oh, it's still not showing up. Oh, great. All that for nothing. Okay. My hard drive is struggling. Hold on. I'm going to plug it into a different port. Okay. I'm going to pull up that search warrant. This was on March 11th. Now, interestingly, this March 11th search warrant resulted in no criminal charges. So it wasn't, I mean, they might try now. And I think, honestly, this is my opinion, but I think that's one of the reasons why they did have to go ahead and do these whole criminal charges over there in Provo, because can you imagine if they didn't charge him with anything criminally, then they would have to still justify why it was that they needed to bust in on these people, including a minor. No arrest warrants at all whatsoever, and arrested all of them. They found nothing in the house. They found no criminal, nothing in there. They barely even looked. They basically just masqueraded an arrest warrant. They didn't bother getting an arrest warrant as a search warrant. And then they were like, oh, okay, well, we didn't find anything, but we just want to arrest everybody, including one literal child, even though they didn't do anything. We have no reasonable articulable suspicion. We have no probable cause, but we just want to arrest them, even though we found nothing, not even one Lego, which is astonishing. They didn't find one Lego. So it says, the question the person's asking here, which I think is an excellent question, do we know who initiated the connection with the police? Did the couple just decide there were thugs downstairs with no outside influence? Or, more likely, did the police find out where Ben was, contact the people who lived there, and then ask them to listen for anything they might use as a possible reason to enter the Airbnb? Great question. Let's take a look at the farcical warrant affidavit and see what they said. Spoiler alert, it's not exactly clear. It's a bit ambiguous. The undersigned, Cole G. Richardson of American Fork, upon oath and written affidavit, so he swore that he was telling the truth here. He swore an oath that he was telling the truth here, which has reason to believe on the premises known as 891 North 150 West American Fork, Utah 84003. Put the space in the wrong spot, idiot. Further described as a gray in color single residence home, not true. It has a upstairs where people live and a downstairs where they rent out. So it's a double residence home. I do wonder if the zoning board knows about that. They probably don't care because they're probably in on this cult as well. The entrance to this home is a basement rental. Separated from the main floor, the warrant will only be served on the basement. Benjamin Snyder, 2012. Okay, wait. Where's the... Okay. On March 3rd, wrong date, I was dispatched, I noticed FaceTiming a person. So this is where he arrests Sheldon due to the previous case regarding Benjamin. I knew he had been arrested for stalking. It appeared he was having these 4 individuals go to the residence. Okay. This male was transported to the American Fork Police Department. This is where they arrested Sheldon. Okay. Then it says later, but when we did actually look at the body cam, we were able to ascertain that this whole later thing was like just a few minutes. It had to have happened within like an hour or less. A third-party individual shared information. Okay, this is a completely anonymized informant. And we already discussed many times on this channel how search warrants and arrest warrants are not allowed to just be based on some random person that's not named. The person has to be identified. It has to be a neighbor, a person with knowledge of the situation, a person who would have reason, or we would have a judge would have a reason to believe that the person would have any information about this situation. Later, a third party individual, like moments later, a third party individual shared information about how they have a bunch. An individual is not a they, usually, unless you're trying to not have to say she or he. If an individual is they, it's usually because you don't want to say she or he. How is an individual they? They is plural. Individual is singular. So the subject verb agreement is not there. And I don't think it's because he's necessarily dumb, although I do think he is dumb. I think it is on purpose. He is not saying who contacted whom. He is not saying who is the person talking. A third-party individual who, we don't know, shared information. How? Upon request? Was it unprompted? About how they have a bunch of YouTubers renting out their Airbnb. This fits the nature of Ben's group. And unmarked police went to spy on them. Observed a car in the driveway, which is not a freaking crime. And it is known that Ben Schneider is arranging various amounts of individuals to go to the victim's residence and enter his property. And I said, how is this known? So then it says after that, right, later, a third-party individual who, we don't know, shared information, how, was it upon request, we don't know, about how they have a bunch of YouTubers renting out their Airbnb. Officers contacted the homeowner. So then it says contacted. Then it says the officers contacted the homeowners. But he kind of already told us that the homeowners shared information. But this is the question that the person on Reddit is asking. It is ambiguous from Cole G. Lying Ass Richardson. It is ambiguous. Who contacted whom on first instance? Because I agree with this Reddit poster. In my opinion, it is more likely the cops found out where Ben was by following him or somehow surveilling him. They contacted the people who lived there because they knew him from doing Hydra together with the Deagle, and then asked them to help and essentially ask them to act as agents for law enforcement, as extension of law enforcement to violate Ben's rights and the rest of the people staying there or who were inside the Airbnb. Now, this person goes on to ask some more questions I think are very interesting. Number 2, do we know for sure how it was? Another question I've wondered. How exactly did these owners overhear Ben? Were they listening through the walls? That's kind of creepy. Is it possible they used some sort of listening device? Because that most certainly would violate the Airbnb policy. Will they be able to take action against the owners? Or at least prevent them from renting out to others if they violated that rule? I think Airbnb needs to immediately begin an investigation and ask these questions, at the very least. Number 3 question. The warrant was to look for stolen merchandise, specifically Legos. So did the couple just overhear the phrase stolen Legos? That's pretty obvious that a group of people with the sole purpose of recovering stolen Legos would be using that phrase. Am I not allowed to say the phrase stolen Legos without running the risk of the cops busting in my house with loaded AR-15s? I'm just curious. And finally, why isn't Airbnb getting more bad press in this? I'm not comfortable. Me personally, I'm telling you right now, I don't want to stay in any more Airbnbs. This is insane. I would not feel comfortable renting Airbnb, knowing that something like this has happened and they have not addressed it. This is one of the most disturbing occurrences in the whole situation, because if the police can obtain a search warrant by secretly enlisting the help of neighbors to spy on private residences and use nothing more than the word stolen to justify their actions, what's to stop them from doing the same to anyone else they decide they don't like? What is to stop it? I mean, I already took a vote in my chat before, and a lot of y'all said you are not comfortable renting Airbnbs out anymore at all whatsoever. I'd be willing to bet the homeowners are also part of Johnson's church ward. Maybe he was gaining info on Ben being in town through the church ward. Well, if he got kicked out, I'm glad he did. I'll say that. Thanks so much to Rose for the $2. Did I see Mina Gabriel of BAM Rep is not barred? No, I did not. Thank you for the $2. Thank you so much to Man Blossom for the $2. Mainstream news seems to be protecting the company. It does seem like that, and that is sickening. Legally Valid LLC. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Thank you. No, I did not see that about the BAM map. I'll have to check that out later. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Have you seen WM Nash also rep Legally Mine and the Suns together after Ammon says they split? Yeah, but I also saw that they are suing each other, so maybe that's what the lawsuit was about. Thank you for the $5. I have meant to look into that a little closer. There's a whole lawsuit going on between the law firm and Ammon, but I haven't been able to take a look at that. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Okay, so what else did I want to talk to y'all about today? Questions for the Airbnb owner. Oh, there was another very interesting Reddit post that I wanted to bring to y'all's attention here. I'm glad this person said this, because I've been having this kind of like idea myself, but this was a lot more fleshed out. It was better, developed than I've just kind of had a fleeting thought here and there. Bricks and Minifigs store managers are sometimes the buyers of franchises. Many are not savvy to the tactics of Bricks and Minifigs and get screwed. So this person says, so allegedly, from the stories I've heard on this case, it seems Crystal Law and Last Relic and at least one of the BAM franchises in Utah, the California owners who sued and won the case against BAM, sold their Utah franchise too. They were all past managers of BAM stores. And guess who else started out as a manager of a store, or I think it was a manager of a store, from what I remember hearing, was also Ammon. He was managing the store, and then he bought the store, and then he bought the franchise with his brother. That's what I remember hearing. Don't, quote me on that. Please don't take that as a fact, but that is, to my memory, what I remember hearing. I get the feeling that Okay. So it says, so also in addition to them, even if they didn't, Crystal Law said she started out as a manager. Last Relic said he started out as a manager before he then was moved up to, trying to buy the store. And at least one of the BAM franchises in Utah was also a past manager of the BAM store Bricks and Minifigs store, before he bought his own franchise. This poster says, I get the feeling that BAM hypes the managers up to their ability and profitability of the stores, and then has them get loans or gather the cash to buy franchises. And if they are not as successful, then they turn around and foreclose on the stores, taking the franchise and the money they put into the stores without fair reimbursement. Oh, you missed a fee, you missed rent, now you owe us more than what you paid for the store in penalties. Penalties that they probably caused. As we saw with Crystal and Last Relic, they were hard-working, good people, but they got outmaneuvered into cooperating with this hostile takeover and losing all of their investments. Kai McAllister even threatened them with long legal battles. Crystal wanted to sell the franchise, but oh, look at that. You didn't make payments that we made hard to pay on certain bills, so now you're in default, just by the exact amount of what the store is worth. Relic also said that his landlord knew nothing of the changeover in the ownership either. So BAM screwed him with the $500,000 in liabilities. This is, I'm reading a Reddit post. I'm not saying I am making all these allegations my own self, but I do think it is interesting. Is an interesting proposition here. This person said maybe they didn't close the store for any other reason other than to get out of the lease responsibilities and hope to open another store in a new location with a new unsuspecting buyer, soon to be their next victim. Successful franchisee. I would like to review last Relic's lease to see how they worded the personal guarantee clause, if that's available. They timed closing of Relic stores to just after BAM liabilities ended. Right, so when their personal guarantee wore out, it was like the next moment they had closed the store. I would like to review the last Relic's lease to see how they worded the personal guarantee clauses, if that's available. They timed the closing of his store to just after Bricks and Minifigs liabilities had ended, and they left him responsible to the landlord. If his landlord wasn't so nice or accommodating, the last Relic could be paying part of his income to repay the landlord or have had to declare bankruptcy in much worse situation financially. BAM really screwed him over. Bricks and Minifigs knows how to screw people over, according to this comment, and get out without liabilities. And they don't help the franchise owners. They actually just leave them on the hook. Shady AF. I wonder how many current owners were once managers, if this is a recurring playbook. I wonder, too, how many current owners were once managers. Hire them, entice them to buy, then later screw them over if BAM feels bored, low on money, or for no reason at all because someone's mustache is too tickly. What? Now that the dirty laundry is all out there for us to see, thanks to Ben, I wonder how many managers are currently in the process of getting loans and such to buy any current locations or in the process of obtaining loans to open new locations. I feel bad for the most recent franchisees as they are probably going to have the longest to go before they can end the contract, and maybe they have no clue as to how BAM operated and lined up future successful franchisees willing to take on $500,000 in liabilities. That's my understanding of the situation. What do you guys think? Does BAM take advantage of lesser experienced owners, or do they take advantage of anyone they can screw over, regardless of experience or knowledge? This is not even taking into consideration all of their alleged shenanigans with Legally Mine, You Can't Sue Me LLC, Don't Think About Suing Me LLC, but Sue My Daddy LLC, Alaska is Hard to Sue LLC. TLDR, does BAM take advantage of inexperienced managers into buying stores and then screwing them over? Thanks so much to Kirsty for the 222. The people are coming together and peopling. Thanks so much to Scott. They used, for the $9.99, they used a trumped up, full of lies, search warrant, or full of ambiguities, we could at least say, as a means to get Ben out of the house and arrest him. Yet, if they had just called him and asked him to come to the police station, I am sure Ben would have gone right over. Yup. Thanks so much for the $9.99. MHM Law Firm shares an office with LM and BAM IP buildings. Thank you, Rose, for the $2. I've been wondering this too. Is that why, they went with Denton's, maybe because they know somebody over there, and they thought, okay, it's a big name law firm, maybe they're gonna be good or whatever, but actually it's just they're friends or whatever, and they're actually doing a terrible job. That's what I've been wondering. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Okay. So what else? Somebody sent me a picture of their Lego collection. Let me show y'all. Fan submission, subscriber submission of the Lego collection. I thought y'all would think it's cool. I don't think I've seen them in here today. That was cool. I was zooming in, trying to see all the different little minifigs and things. It's pretty cool. Now that I have built my first Lego set ever, which was this, I have a new appreciation for how long some of that stuff probably takes to put together. Like this thing right here. This looks pretty impressive to me. Is this an impressive it's very, look how clean they keep it. Like that don't stay clean by itself, girl. You gotta dust. You gotta dust that stuff. Okay. Anyway, I wanted to show y'all that. Thought that was cute. Thought that was cool. If you want to show off your Lego collection, my email's in the description box. Okay. So now what? Let's see. Yeah, they're saying that's amazing. Amazing collection. Holy cow. Okay, y'all are loving it. Y'all, that looks like it's worth about $200,000 to me. People are saying, oh, I love those. Wow, wow, these are cool. Oh, y'all like them. Okay, yeah, it's a really big collection. Really cool, really good. Yup, I think all they wanted was the TRO, so they haven't paid for more time. Right. Now they just have this, like, weirdly, like, hanging on TRO. People are like, damn, that's a good collection. I'd like to know how the hell the store that sells Lego costs $500,000. This entire scandal made me buy my first Lego set. Very impressive collection. That's a lot of Legos. Wow, that's amazing. That's at least $200,000. I didn't realize Legos were so expensive. Bigger than my collection, I think, Valhalla said. Very, very, very good collection. I have the botanical sets, Abraham said. Very impressive. Especially since you broke a nail putting one together. I know. I'm starting to think actually she did something different with my nails because, like, I have my other nail cracked, and, like, my nails do not crack. I do not break my nails. They do not break usually, and I've been going to the same lady for years. So I think she must have used some new something because I got another crack in another nail. So I'm not even going to blame the Legos. I think it might be new something she used. Bigger than mine, LLC. Why didn't Josh want the police person to enter his house? I don't want the police in my house either, we're being honest. I don't want them in there. Okay. So now let's see. Hold on. I want to go to... Hold on. I'm just looking for this body cam. I had downloaded some of it. Also, I got a new microphone wire thing. What's this called? Like a microphone, like aux cable thing. And girl, it was like $80. So hopefully y'all can tell a difference. Maybe $90. It was like $90, $89. So hopefully y'all can tell somewhat of a difference. Womp womp. Because I'm like, I don't want to keep having to buy these dumb, stupid, cheap, dumb, made in China crap. And then it's like, I will say, I haven't heard any crackling in my ears today. So maybe that did help. Yeah, no, it's like a really fancy one. It was called, Mogami, the cable of the pros, gold, analog reference microphone cable, most accurate cable available, widest frequency response, highest cancellation of hum and noise, increases dynamic range, lifetime warranty. And it's got a little diagram. I don't know anything about audio, really. Oh, it's clear. Y'all are saying it's clear. Oh, thank God. Because, girl, it was expensive. An XLR cable. An XLR cable is an XLR cable. Well, actually not, because the ones I've been using have been having this crackling sound in my ear, and it makes me feel like I'm going to jump off a proverbial you-know-what bridge or whatever. But I'm not hearing any crackling. So turns out maybe an XLR cable is not an XLR cable, because I have used many, many, many of those little cheapies from Amazon, and they always sound kind of like a little bit like ass, we being honest. Thank you, Jeremy. Mogami is good stuff. I can confirm as someone who owns a cable company. Yes. Okay, shout out. I know, I need to bedazzle it or something, huh? People saying a cable is a cable obviously have never been on a live stream with headphones stuck to their ears for 8 straight hours. Y'all saying a cable is a cable have never been in my position. That is clear, because I used to think that too. But it ain't. It ain't. You have to have quality materials. You do have to have quality materials. It's probably quieter today because I turned it down. I turned it down. I don't like screaming in my own ear. Okay. Let me go to the criminal cases. Utah. Where did I save those? Dang body camera. Oh, they're all in here. Okay, good. Okay, so let me go to that. Let's do some of the body. Let's review some body camera footage. Somebody said I miss Radio Shack. So I had my body camera footage links here from the archive.com. We were watching them here on the archive.com. We had watched them slightly out of order because I wanted to go in actual time chronological order to the best of the abilities that we could. We started with technically with body camera, number 4 as far as how it is numbered on the archive.org. We started here at March 8th at 12:55 p.m. and then we skipped around a little bit. We went to this one next, 1:12. We went to 1:14, 1:13 rather than 1:14, 1:13 here. And I think the next one we were going to go to is this right here, 4. I remember it was like a thumb in the thumbnail, and we were like a thumb. Oh, hold on. I thought it was going to automatically travel with me. It did not. Okay, here we go. This is what I'm looking at. So we started, let me pause this. So we started here, 12:55, body cam video number 5. Ah! Oh my God, that scared me. Oh, y'all didn't hear it. I didn't even have the sound on for y'all. Okay, so we started here, 12:55. Then we went here, 13:12, was like 1:12 p.m. And then we went up, that was video 6. And we went up here and did 13 and 13. And then, actually we didn't watch the interior camera one. I was going to do that on my own time because it's just like sitting there waiting for something to happen. And then we looked at this one. Then we were trying to look at this one right here. Number 4, Axon Body 3 video 2026, -03-08, 1316. This is one we were trying to look at. I remember y'all were like, oh my God, what's with that nail? It was like, actually ended up being a lady cop. That's like her manicure. So I kept trying to play that, and then we thought they deleted it. They thought we deleted it. A cable's not just a cable, it's a portal. We thought they deleted it. We're like, oh no, American Fork is watching. They done got it taken down. But turns out maybe it was just I needed to delete some cookies or something. So instead of all that, I actually downloaded a few of these. Okay, so let's go to number 4, the video I just showed y'all, with the weird thumbnail and the thumbnail. Well, watch this. This is March 8th, and we're going in order. Okay, we're going in order chronologically to the best of our ability, the best that we can. And this is still 1:16. This is a lady cop. She doesn't really show up too much. She maybe is just here on maybe the 8th. Perhaps she shows up too on the 9th. But this is 13 minutes long, and I just wanted to kind of go in order and see what we could see. I'm going to do the playback speed on fast. I don't think she has yet turned on the sound. We'll probably hear a bzz, bzz. Oh, she got a Lego too? Girl, hold up. She got a Lego in her car too? These people are a Lego cult. Look. Hold, not that. Hold on. Is that a Lego? This thing right here? This thing right here, the yellow one up here. Lego? What's that? Somebody tell me what that is. Can y'all see it? Can y'all see my mouse on here? They stole the minifig, somebody said. Yeah, like a minifig. A minifig. Yeah. Minifig. Oh, God. Oh, Lord, that's loud. Okay, there's Josh.
And, will I be all? Yeah, I'm not going to be nice this week. I'm almost off. Yeah. This is a joke. You know what I mean? I don't know what they're planning on doing, but they've threatened to break into that business up there in Oregon. These exact characters, people online. Reckless Ben, his team. How are you? So he dropped the 2 girls off. They're pointing at the house. He's recording. They come over here, walk over there.
So this is where, just to remind y'all, this is where, like, over here, they're asking, Snitchy Ben, we'll call him. That other Ben who was, like, saying that he, was getting paid to be there by Ben, ended up turning out that was a lie or whatever. They're over there, like, kind of like gonna be questioning him over there. Now this is where, what's his name? Let me get my names straight here in my head. This is where the first officer, I think Tonga, he shows up to the house. This is only moments, just a few minutes after the very first contact with the police ever. When Josh, that Josh Johnson, and this is him, he's called the police. He called and said he wanted to call and report there was somebody on his porch with a box of ducks or whatever. And come to find out, maybe that was Tyler Shaw, or appeared to be, as far as what was on the video or whatever. And Tonga shows up pretty much like in the next few minutes, because he's like, they're here right now. So Tonga shows up. And this is where, when Tonga shows up, he's talking to Josh, is running, go get the Mexican kid, this kid over there. And he's doing all those shenanigans. And Tonga tells Cole Richardson, see if you can get a stop on it. And that's why Cole Richardson pulled over Tyler Shaw's car and with Ben in it. That's why, because Tonga told him, see if you can get a stop on it. Now, Cole Richardson would later make up and fabricate some fake lies on the incident report. He would say that Tyler didn't stop at a stop sign. This was all fake. This was all untrue. And so this is like that initial response to that call of Josh Johnson saying, come to my house. They're here.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely weird. You'd think that they have something better to do. Like, I don't know.
You'd think you'd have something better to do, but yet here you are.
I don't know. If I was 16, I would not be doing this. I'll say that.
No, I would not.
They're not 16. They're like in their 20s.
Because of some YouTube guy?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Absolutely not. These are all the board members looking at me. What happened to Johnson?
Okay, man.
He said that's all his board members at the church looking at him like, oh, what happened to Johnson today? That's all the church members looking at me. Okay, why are you mentioning that? What happened with Johnson today?
Out of here. He's probably going to come back and talk to you. Okay. We're dealing with them right now, so.
Okay.
Obviously, like I said, I'm going to make sure they trespass all of them.
Hi, how are you?
No, he's part of them.
Oh, yeah.
He's part of their group. Like there's a whole bunch of them.
Oh no, you're totally fine.
Hey, really fine. Yes, sir, Daddy. Yeah, we love you. We don't think you're lying at all. Yeah. Okay, so then they go over there and talk to Feckless Ben or whatever. I will say we already watched that, so I'm not really interested in watching it again. But I did want to, this is going on. Okay, so then we'll take a look back at the unredacted body cam list here. Now we've watched 1, we watched 2, we skipped 3 because that's like the interior body camera. We watched 4, we watched 5, we watched 6. So now let's go to, I guess, 7. This is only 3 minutes long. Let's see if this will let me watch it or not. I may have downloaded it. Okay, so this is still the same day, March 8th, 2026. That's earlier this year at, I'll share it with the volume on. It's only 3 minutes, 15 seconds long, so we'll watch it here. This is at 13:51, okay? Okay, so it's just not going to play no volume. Interesting.
Hello, is this Joshua?
Yeah, this is he.
This is Officer Tonga again.
This is about an hour later, and a lot has happened. They've pulled Ben over, or excuse me, Tyler, and Ben was in the car. They've talked to that other Ben character. They have done an unlawful stop based on a traffic stop based on nothing at all, but they claim that, Tyler didn't stop, didn't pull over. That obviously wasn't true. So a lot has happened in the last hour, and now Tonga is calling Josh Johnson back.
So, we were able to notify the individuals of the trespass, that they're not allowed on your property. They were filming your home, as well as you. So one of the individuals is Reckless Ben. So he flew in. I was told this by one of the individuals, and then I met with Ben, that he flew in, and so he was one of the individuals that was notified of a trespass.
All right.
It sounds like their goal today was to make contact with you and ask for the money that they believe was wrongfully taken back. Obviously, that's not how things work. And he was advised of that, and I told him that this isn't the way to go about it, and that allow things to remain civil and not turn criminal. So they were all notified of trespass, except for I wasn't able to make contact with the two females. The two females were gone prior to speaking with. I spoke to 3 individuals.
Got it.
So,
Okay.
but I told them everybody that's involved to stay away, and the having people show up to your house, drop off a package with ducks in it, that's not cool, especially when your family's there and everything.
That's not cool, but it's also not illegal. Like, especially if you haven't been trespassed, like, it's annoying, but dropping off a package of rubber ducks, like, is not something the cops need to get involved about.
It's allow things to just remain civil and in court. So,
Yeah, exactly.
Besides that, is there anything else? Is there any questions that you have for me?
No, but you got Reckless Ben's information and.
Correct.
Got it. Yeah, no, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
What does it matter if you got Reckless Ben's information for? That's a strange question. Do you have any questions for me? Yeah, did you get Reckless Ben's information? He said, yeah, we got it. What?
I'm just happy that I realized what that package was and called you guys.
Yeah, that was good timing and good foresight, especially since he just got into town and just arranged this whole thing. So, if that's all I can help you with today, I'll let you go. But again, I wish you the best of luck.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Bye.
Yep, bye.
Okay, so that's okay, fine. And then there's only one more video left on that day, and it is about 50 minutes later, and it's 12 minutes 21 seconds long. This is March 8th. Apparently, allegedly, Ben had flown in the day before or come into Utah the day before. I can't remember if they said flew or got in or whatever. I'm just going to be pulling up my timeline sheet. I've been keeping a Word document and keeping track of my timeline here, so I had actually forgotten to pull it up here. This is one of those tedious. This is why I haven't done it again in a few days. It is a bit tedious, but, here we all are together. So March 7th, apparently, allegedly, Ben got in. Arrives, we'll say. Ben arrives in Utah. March 8th, that's when all this stuff happens. That we have been watching, the stuff having to do with Josh initiates contact by calling the cops. Oh, no, this isn't the right one. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. 12:55 p.m. local time. Josh said kids showed up to my house with ducks. Okay, so this is the initial initiation of the contact is on the 8th, March 8th. Now, Ben doesn't get swatted until the 11th. And in the meantime, he gets arrested twice, or at least once. So, but accosted by the police several times. So let's watch the last body cam incident that I have access to, the public has access to, from that first day of all the first contacts with the cops. This is after the unlawful traffic stop having to do with not stopping, supposedly not stopping.
Who's this?
This is Officer Tonga.
Oh, hi. So Reckless Ben's been blowing my phone.
So this is the third time Officer Tonga calls Josh Johnson from his car or is in contact with Josh Johnson from his car. And this is still only about 4 hours later from that very, very first initial contact. The first one, again, was Josh saying, oh, someone came to my door and had ducks. Oh, they're here right now. Come here now. Come here now. They come there. They talk to the feckless Ben. They fake pull over Tyler Shaw. Who's Ben? We do things differently here. How's Utah? How's Utah? All that. All that's now transpired in the last 4 hours. And this is the final wrap-up call of that day between Tonga and Josh. Josh is saying now, Ben's trying to call me. Now that he's been trespassed, he's now calling me.
This is Officer Tonga.
Oh, hi. So Reckless Ben's been blowing my phone up. I think he tried calling me from private numbers too, so I didn't know if you were him or if you were a cop.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. About how many times has he called you?
Let me look. 1,
Oh, yeah,
2,
2 hours.
3, 4.
True. I stand corrected. I always get confused because I don't do this 14 o'clock stuff. So it really has only been about 2 hours since that first initial contact. Thank you, not so glam grandma.
5, 6, right in a row. I'm trying to just be at sacrament meeting.
Gotcha.
You know?
Mentions church again. I'm trying to just leave a sacrament meeting. Okay, so he's mentioning Mormon stuff again, and I wouldn't have any freaking idea what a sacrament meeting is. Like if I'm a cop and I'm talking to somebody and they're like, I just left a sacrament meeting, I would not have any idea what they were talking about. But it's almost as if Josh knows that this cop knows what a sacrament meeting is. Like almost like Josh maybe, I don't know, perhaps goes to church with this guy, or maybe Josh is on the Council of the High 12 or whatever in the hell. That, and this guy's, church is in the stake or whatever. But this guy does definitely know what a sacrament meeting is because he says it. Tonga. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. Oh, okay.
Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right in a row. I'm trying to just be at sacrament meeting.
Gotcha.
You know?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to do a sacrament meeting.
Were any of those unblocked numbers?
Yeah, all of them but one. One was, did you try calling me?
Yes.
Okay, so then 5, I think. Let me count. So 1, 2, 3, 4, then you at 2:22, and then 5.
Okay, gotcha.
So,
So what I would do is either block the numbers or message prior to blocking the numbers of, I don't want any more contact. All contact, just refer him to your lawyer. If there needs to be contact, they don't need to be contacting you. And if it continues, then there'll be a problem.
so Provo apparently has a warrant for him. I don't know if you, when you had him, if you looked up if you had any warrants in Utah County, because I guess the prosecutor's a Utah County prosecutor for things he's done in Provo.
Gotcha.
That's weird to me. What does that mean? Prosecutor is a Utah County prosecutor for things he's done in Provo.
If you looked up if you had any warrants in Utah County, because I guess the prosecutor's a Utah County prosecutor for things he's done in Provo.
Gotcha. Let me take a look real quick.
I know, like, we've talked about this, like, a lot. I know we've talked about this a lot, but it is astonishing to me that Josh's entire purpose here seems to be to have been actually arrested. And so for saying that's civil, that needs to go to civil court on the one hand, but then on the other hand saying, but only when I do it. It's not civil and it doesn't need to go to civil court. When he's doing it to me, I need the whole full force of not only the American Fork Police Department, but also the Utah County Prosecutor, also the Provo Police, also the Sandy Police, also the Draper Police. I mean, they want all these police. They want to have Ben and his friends arrested for rubber ducks. Remember, at this point, the only thing that's happened is the rubber duck thing. That's the only thing that's happened. Rubber duck box. That's it. Oh, and that other kid, Feckless Ben. Feckless Ben has said, and I think it is bad, he said that Ben, Reckless Ben, paid him to be there. Apparently that was a lie. And
there was a detective Duray or Duras that just got promoted to be a detective that's on the case.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm going to put you on hold for 2 seconds while I do a few record checks, okay? Thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
No, the Mormon kid, the Mormon kid with the Versace perfume cologne has not shown up and entered the chat yet. Nope. Mom Jargon said, if those officers' phones are personal phones, do they get them in Discovery? If so, is it limited to certain things? I do think that it is customary for officers who use their personal phone to text about work stuff for the text to other officers to be discoverable if it pertains to the case. I do think that is something that does customarily happen. Right. The stuff having to do with the Provo stuff was when Ben went months prior, like 3 months previously, to the Provo location of the headquarters, the Bricks and Minifigs headquarters. But this all just started today here, March 8th. Speed this up. This is the last video of the 8th, and then we'll move on to the 9th. Okay, I'm going to speed it up a little more. Speed it up even more. No mute for grunting and smacking and mouth breathing and sighing and huffing and puffing. I have it on 2 times the speed. I'm just waiting for him to say something. Oh, look, he's looking at his phone. Hold on. Hold on. I want to look at these pictures. Hold on. It's like at the very bottom of the screen. That sucks. Okay, hold on. Look at him scrolling. Do y'all see anything? Oh, he holds it strategically below. See? I ain't letting no freaking cop take no damn picture of my goddamn driver's license. Look, he pulled up this driver's license to search it. No. No. Are they allowed to do that? Are they allowed to do that? I mean, I'm sure they are with consent. Like some people I did see in this case. Are you allowed to search a driver's license again, like later when you never had probable cause to stop someone? Isn't that fruit of the poisonous tree? Somebody let me know. Can cops take pics of driver's license and run it later? Yeah. Under the law, capturing an image of an ID that is lawfully requested is generally permitted to save time and verify identity later through dispatch or internal systems. Yeah, but if it's lawfully requested, what if someone's unlawfully pulled over? Seems like no to me. It's just in his camera roll now. Yeah, it's just in there now. He's just looking it up. Okay, let's see. Oh, now he's covering his... Who's he calling?
So it does look like he has an active warrant, but unfortunately it isn't serviceable. As in the jail wouldn't take on that, on the charges that he has a warrant for.
Got it. So what would they do? What good is the warrant?
Usually, it's just if they make contact, it's advised to take care of their warrant. It's due to a space issue right now, so hopefully it gets resolved soon. But for the time being, it's they're only taking on certain charges and above, and the charges that he has don't fall into that category.
Got it.
They don't have room in the jail for people dropping off boxes of rubber ducks. Sorry, Josh.
Okay, well, good to know. What do I just texted him. I said, don't text me, don't call me, don't come to my house. I'll press charges for harassment.
Yep, that's great. And then just go ahead and block the number. And then if you continue if he gets in contact with you by another number and you're able to confirm it's him and record the line, then that would help out law enforcement a lot in terms of just verifying that it is Ben.
Yeah. I mean, what constitutes harassment here?
So just telling somebody that, so I can even provide you with the code.
I've seen rubber duck and rubber chicken. It's been reported as both. Since I didn't see the ducks with my own eyes, I don't know if it was chickens or ducks.
So you got to go pretty far to get harassment, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you do. Unless you're Josh Johnson, I guess.
So it would fall under electronic communications harassment. And so, like doxing somebody's information online, which is
kind of like the American Fork Police Department did with Ben and Sheldon and Sierra and Tyler Shaw's information, kind of like that. Okay, so who's going to prosecute them?
Could be a concern with him being a YouTuber. That would be a electronic communications harassment.
This cop is wrong too, by the way. Just because somebody says something about you online, it's not freaking harassment, you dumb fuck. Sorry, excuse my language, but like this man needs a brain scan. It seems like he may have been lobotomized.
As well as if you tell somebody that they can't contact you and then they repeatedly try to continue to contact you, then that also becomes electronic communications harassment.
All right. Is that like a misdemeanor?
Correct.
Oh, okay. Not a felony, huh?
Correct.
He wants to ruin Ben's life. He wants to absolutely ruin Ben. He wants to wreck his life. He wants him to be charged with multiple felonies.
All right, well.
All because Ben had the audacity to expose the bullshit that Josh was doing.
Hopefully this is the end of it. I can go back to church and...
Oh,
Go
another
sit in my
mention of
car,
church.
have a-
Hold on. I gotta mention church again. Hold on. I'm keeping track of how many times he mentions church. Okay, so this is at 14:52, 15-ish. Josh says, okay, so I'm gonna go back to church. Okay, got it.
Peaceful day.
I hope you do as well. And I would just, if you do have encounters with him in the public, obviously he's going to be recording. It wouldn't be a bad idea to do the same. Just with,
Fine.
we get what people send us without a subpoena, right? I'm not going to go into somebody's phone without a warrant.
Oh, that's interesting. We get what people send us without a subpoena. Well, I wonder if something similar like that was said to the Airbnb owners. We don't need a subpoena if people just send it to us on our own. But that's going to be a problem for them Airbnb people. Because the Airbnb rules, the contract that they agreed to, says they can't do that. That's going to be a very big problem for them. Can't wait to watch them get sued. Hope that happens soon. Okay. Reminds me of the BS search warrant based on the Airbnb owner's tip without subpoena. So he's saying we're not going to be able to, just go through. Now, remember he said this too, because all of this we're listening to right now has happened before Sheldon is arrested. Sheldon doesn't get arrested for 3 more days. Okay. But we're already getting the pattern and the practice of how the American Fork Police Department works. They will give you a hint. Hint, hint. Go ahead and record if he's recording, because then you can send it to us and we won't need a subpoena. We can't just go through Ben's phone without a search warrant. But if you have a video of it, we can get it. Well, they're going to try to go through Sheldon's phone without a search warrant in a little while, in a few days.
We get what people send us without a subpoena, right? I'm not going to go into somebody's phone without a warrant or a subpoena to get footage. And so,
well, you tried to. You absolutely will, and you have when people agree to show it to you. So let's not make such blanket statements, buddy.
The footage could be edited and have missing parts to it. So again, footage can also be one-sided.
Yeah. Well, he's forged, so the manager up there, he forged her signature on a contract.
That's not true. He induced her, perhaps tricked her into signing something that she didn't actually sign. That's not forged. That's not forgery. Forgery is when you cause the signature yourself. You write it yourself. That's not forgery. Try again.
I tried to get her to write checks. They've done some serious...
Tried to get her to write checks. See how he phrased that? He tried to forge checks. He's trying to get him arrested for a felony.
That's in Oregon. They've done some serious stuff to harass people.
Gotcha. Then it sucks that there's individuals that this is their job and that's what they choose to do.
Yeah.
It sucks that there's individuals that hold people like Joshua Aaron Johnson accountable when nobody else will do anything, when somebody has their life collection of Legos converted, stolen, whatever you want to call it. You call the cops in Oregon, they do nothing. You go to corporate, they don't give a shit. You go to the current owners, they don't care. The old owner can't do anything. So you're missing conservatively $20,000 up to $200,000 worth of stuff, and it just sucks. According to the American Fork Police Department, whose job is supposed to be solving crime and enforcing the law, it just sucks that there's people that have the nerve, the unmitigated bold-faced gall and audacity to come out here and try to hold somebody accountable after the law and the corporations and all the people who were supposed to do something about it have utterly failed and derelicted their duties. It sucks that there's people out here who, for their job, try to hold people accountable, according to Officer Tonga at the American Fork Police Department.
And it just, it makes the job that much more just difficult, because
the American Fork Police Department makes my job more difficult too. So the feeling's mutual, sweetheart.
They skirt the line. They skirt the line very closely.
Well, at least they skirt the line because y'all just break the damn law. Y'all just unconstitutionally violate people's rights. So at least Ben is skirting.
Yeah, they do.
And
All
yeah, like I said, if you have contact, or if he shows back up and he's trying to make contact with you, then please call in and we'll have an officer respond.
right. Okay, you're the best. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Yeah, have a good day. Bye.
Skirt, skirt. Okay, so that's all that happened on that day. Okay, so then the next day rolls around. All right, so we're done with March 8th. We're moving on to March 9th. And let's see how long these go on for. So those start on the 10th. So all the 9th, they're all here. What's the first one? It looks like it starts around 1835 is the earliest. This one is a 29 minutes, 49 seconds long. All right, let's see if I have it over here. What video number is that? 13. Okay, we're gonna have to. I did download it, so this time I won't be so restricted. I downloaded this one at least. Video 13. This is the earliest one that I was able to see from the 9th. Let me just double check. Yeah. 1835. What is it, like 6:30 p.m. ish? All right, and here we have that there. March 9th. Okay. Let's set up my Word doc here. Okay. Next day, March 9th, 1835. I think that's like 6:30 p.m. The volume doesn't appear to be on yet. Okay, so he's, hold on, I want to see this. Hold on. I need to, okay, this looks like, is this the lady again? What's on that thumb? What's the playback speed on? Do I have it sped up? Normal. All right. Let me just see here. Okay, this I think is the male officer. Turn something. Got a band-aid on the thumb. Gum in the side of the thing. Okay, the marked car. All right, so they're rolling up on Josh. Got a black Ford, a red Ford. Okay, this is the Mormon kid. Audio with the young men group. So what I notice about Josh is he kind of like lures people. He doesn't actually like have the, you know what, I'll say the courage to tell people to leave him alone. Instead, he'll just call the cops. Instead of saying, get off my porch, he said, okay, I'll be right out, just to call the cop, like have him hanging around here and waiting around here to have the cops show up instead of saying, get off my porch. Then later, Josh is going to lie and say he said to get off the porch, but there's no proof of that. Look, now he comes out, this little freaking troll. Checking for cameras and guns. Checking for cameras and guns. I mean, if I didn't know any better, I would swear Josh was actually a Scientologist. The way he acts. Like, clean up your porch. He swears to God. Oh, there's no sound? Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me try this way. Sorry. What about now?
I'll be right in there, okay?
Can you hear it now?
Here's the audio. I'm not gonna screw you. You have my word. That's not who I am. I promise you. I swear to God. I promise you on everything.
Still no?
Okay. Who's that?
So
I guess
that's him.
No, I know that. I could tell that from the voice, but what's that for exactly?
So his name's
Don't worry. The only other important thing that happened, I already did a redo of it. Checking for guns and video cameras.
Ben
Like the video camera you have on your front porch, you uninitiated novice.
Schneider. He was just confronting the guy because he had a video clip sent to him from inside the store, Bricks and Minifigs. Basically, they're trying to like shut down the store so they can keep the profit from this investment they made of like the Minifigs. I think it's around $200,000. And then Ben called him and he's like, you know, like, I don't agree with what you're doing. You know, like, are you really gonna pursue this? And then that's the clip. He goes, no, like, I'm not screwing you guys over or whatever. Like, I swear on everything. I swear on God. And obviously he hasn't done anything to, you know, help that in any way.
Okay. Do you have that ID on you?
It's on my phone. Does that work? Like
Sure.
the mobile ID?
Yeah, that's right.
Cool.
Thank you, Man Blossom 82 for the $5 super chat. Unfortunately, he did in fact screw him. It's who he is. He can't help it, I think. Po thing. He's getting his ID. I'm gonna speed up the playback speed.
Does that show the ID number?
I think you have to scan it and then it should.
I do not want no mobile ID. Sorry, no thanks. I do not want a QR code ID. Nope.
Nope. Sure. Let's see. Try again.
I mean, I've been pulled over before and
And it works?
yeah.
Somebody put this
I
kid on
use
the
this at
high
the airport
council,
and stuff.
please.
Usable data for cases.
I'll try one more.
Okay, no usable data found.
Let's see. I think
Should show you the number.
Yeah, there should be a way to pull it up. I've bad service.
If I already have a barcode on my ID, that's enough barcodes for me, girl. I do not need a QR code on top of it. Thank you.
So it's being slow.
I'm good.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
good.
is it this one right here? Perfect.
I'm looking at a good
What were you doing previous to coming here today?
I was just with somebody's.
Somebody's where?
I'm up in Mill Creek in Salt Lake.
Okay. And you drove down here? What car is yours?
He said I'm in Oak Creek and Salt Lake, so he is from around there. I mean, it's not like right next door, but it's like the very next over county.
My car it's not here. I drive a foreigner.
Like American Fork is basically like a suburb of Salt Lake City.
So how did you get here?
I drove down here and then I met up with Ben. Like 5-ish minutes away. I think he's at an Airbnb, and then we just drove from here.
I think
Where's
he's at
he
an Airbnb.
Honestly, I don't know.
He just left you?
Yeah. I mean, he just asked me to come confront him and get his.
That doesn't help. They're going to use that against him. Ask me to come confront him is going to be like, okay, that's going to be like, oh, well, you've sent other people.
The story on everything. You know?
Gotcha. And what was your plan exactly?
I was just gonna ask him, like, you know, is he willing to give up everything like he said, because he swore on everything, he swore on God, and if not, I was gonna confront his bishop about it.
Confront the bishop.
And then, so have you been drinking at all today?
They always do this. And I don't remember who said it. I do think it was the civil rights lawyer. He's like, this is like some type of Mormon purity test. Like, have you been drinking? Have you been doing it? Have you ever done any drug? You don't do any Adderall? You don't do any of that? Because it's like, if you, so freaking what? What if he has been drinking? So what? Well, first of all, I don't know how old he is. I didn't see his ID. But if he has been drinking and he's old enough, okay, y'all don't get a lot of turns in my chat to try to tell me what to do. Like, I'm going to just hide you from the channel. You've been warned many times. Okay. I go at my pace. I do what I want. I read the comments I want. I read the chats I want, when I want, how I want, when I feel like it. I don't need anybody telling me what the hell to do. I don't take kindly to it. And if you do it too many times, I'm going to on purpose go out of my way not to do it. I'm like oppositionally defiant. Okay. But this kid or this guy, you know, if he's not 21 years old yet, yeah, he shouldn't be drinking. But so freaking what? He's not driving. He didn't say he drove.
Because I smell a little bit off your breath.
Oh, I'm gonna now start harassing you about alcohol.
At all? I don't drink, sir. So what am I smelling then?
Maybe you need to get your nose checked, bitch.
All right.
That's what I would
hang out
say.
with this officer then, okay? I'm gonna see what his name is. You said his name's Ben?
As soon as he said
just-
bishop, then it's have you been drinking?
Okay. I'm gonna find out what's going on with him. Just hang out with him, okay? Can we come inside? No way.
I'm sick. I'm sick. Real sick. Fever?
Don't come to my house. I'm gonna get all up in your personal space, though. I'm gonna get all up in your personal space. But don't come into my house.
You probably don't want to come in?
Well,
I don't want to go in there, that's for sure.
Yeah, that'd be better for you. I don't want to get you sick.
You're good.
I've had the
Don't close it on
bad
you.
chills all day.
All right, so what's going on?
So, he is a fan of Reckless Ben, this YouTuber that is attacking us. So, we owned
Attacking.
a franchise in Oregon.
Okay.
Attacking.
So we took over. So the first franchisee's name was Crystal Law.
Okay.
And she called the franchise, which I work at in Provo. It's called Bricks and Minifigs. You've ever heard of Bricks and?
She called the franchise, which I work at, in Provo. Okay.
Sounds familiar,
Like
yeah.
this. So she abandoned it, and so I was hired by corporate, as I'm a corporate.
I know we've gone over this before, but it's astonishing to me how he mischaracterizes the facts of the story. She did not abandon the store. She was quite literally escorted out and threatened that they were going to call the freaking cops. So she abandoned it and I had to go rescue it. That's not what happened. But that's what the cops get told. And then they take very serious action based on all of these false statements. And I think that Josh needs to be prosecuted criminally. That's my opinion.
Employee to go to that location and recover it. Part of that recovery in those 3 months that we were working for.
Let's hear this little explanation once again.
I'm sick. I'm sick. Real sick.
I'm sick, real sick. I'm so sick. I'm sick. You are sick. You are sick. That's true.
Can I ask you guys to step out towards the sidewalk,
Yeah,
please?
that'd be better for you. I don't want to get you sick. I've had the
Don't close it on
bad
you.
chills all day.
He's had chills
So
all
what's going
day.
on?
So, he is a fan of Reckless Ben, this YouTuber that is attacking us. So, we owned a franchise in Oregon.
Okay.
So, we took over. So, the first franchisee's name was Crystal Law.
Okay.
And she called the franchise, which I work at in Provo. It's called Bricks and Minifigs. You've ever heard of Bricks and
Sounds familiar, yeah.
So, she abandoned it. And so, I was hired by corporate, as I'm a corporate employee, to go to that location and recover it.
I was hired by corporate. I'm keeping track of all his different stories about if he's corporate or not, too. I was hired by corporate as I am a corporate employee to go to the store and recover it. Okay, so are you corporate employee or not? This ends up being very important because later on they're going to say, well, Ben should have called corporate. Well, corporate would need to be called. Well, Ben was calling corporate if he was calling Josh, was he not? Put it to in the chat if he was calling corporate, if he was calling Josh, based on what Josh just told law enforcement.
Part of that recovery in those 3 months that we were working for the corporate headquarters, this guy came in, and his name is Brian Manson. He's like, hey, I had this consignment deal with Crystal Law. Well, we don't know about any consignment.
Yes, you do.
Show us what you've got, and we'll see if we have your stuff here. And we set aside all of his stuff in the back. And he doesn't want that. He wants us to be responsible for the full list that he signed with her almost 2 years before we even...
Is he saying there is no list? Is he saying he won't send us the list? Because that's what Ammon would later come out and say. We set aside all the stuff in the back. He said he doesn't want that. He wants the, quote, full list. So later Ammon would say, we never knew about a list. We never had a list. We were waiting for the list. Josh seems to know exactly what list he's talking about, does he not?
Location. He signed a contract with her April of 2023. We took over December of 24. So she had like almost 2 years to sell his Lego. And now, because we took over the location, he thinks that we are responsible for a contract that he signed with the previous franchisee. They don't have a case. They can't sue us. Otherwise, they would lose. So they have said they're not going to sue us in court. They're going to let the...
Put a 3 in the chat if they ain't gonna lose. Put a 3 in the chat if they not finna lose.
Almost 2 years before we even showed up on the location. He signed a contract with her April of 2023. We took over December of 24. So she had like almost 2 years to sell his Lego. And now, because we took over the location, he thinks that we are responsible for a contract that he signed with the previous franchisee. They don't have a case. They can't sue us. Otherwise, they would lose.
They can, and
so
they
have
did.
said they're not going to sue us in court. They're going to let the eye of the public be the determining factor. And so they have attacked us. They went to corporate headquarters today. Provo has a case against them. They went to my partner's house. They went to my sister's house. And if another one of these guys comes up, I'm not going to play games.
I'm gonna shoot him. I'm gonna kill him.
This is the end. This is the last time somebody sets foot on my property. I don't care if it's another kid. It ends. You better let him know.
I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna take their life and I'm gonna murder him.
Shape or form. Don't have Ben or Reckless Ben come because I'm ending it.
I'm ending it.
I'm not playing games. I do not want him here threatening my family and any of this crap.
No one threatened you.
No, no. But
Did he threaten your family, the cop said? Josh said, no.
yesterday,
Okay.
they pretended to be a police officer, or a post office, and they delivered a fake package.
Do you have that video by chance?
Well, no, this wasn't charged. But they did the same thing to my partner's house yesterday. I'm not playing with these guys anymore. So this kid came yesterday. Sorry.
Okay.
So what is this
So
kid?
that's for us.
What is this kid's involvement? Why does he want to come talk to me?
None of your business. Shut up.
Well, he said that he was with Ben earlier and asked as a mediator to come talk to you.
Yeah, no. Ben sent him to come harass me. This
Who
kid.
is this? That's Ben?
No, this kid tried to pretend.
And Josh, feeling so harassed and threatened, didn't even bother to tell the guy to get off his porch.
To deliver this package yesterday. And he's like, here, sign this. He had me sign his phone. So I just went like that. They've frauded agreements in Oregon, so they forged our manager's signature. So I know they're going to take that signature and put it on some fake document.
Did you get the package then?
Yeah, my wife put it.
one?
No, my wife put it somewhere.
So, do you know if it's a real package?
It's
or
not a real package. It has rubber chickens in it. It's got a fake USPS postal thing on it. The American Fort Police said yesterday we got to take it to the post office and they'll prosecute him.
But you don't have it, and you haven't turned that over.
Yeah, it is. And then, do you have any video for today that you would like to show me of this guy?
Yeah. I want his name.
This is the first video from March 9th. This is the second day of the whole
This
ordeal.
kid walks up.
I like how it has his Walt Disney Resorts card in the wallet.
But he sat there. You can just watch him one after another.
Here's the ring cam. Let's see
He
the
liked
threat.
him. He's like, oh, I'm from the second ward. Well, we don't have a second ward in the state.
They do have a second ward. Want me to show you it? That's a lie too, Mr. High Counsel. Dumb bitch. Harbor, second ward, Salt Lake. Look right here. Let me show you how dumb Josh is. He don't even know about his own church. I know more about the Mormon church over there than him. Unless he's just lying. I mean, as he is wont to do. Look at that right there. Harbor Second Ward, Church of Jesus Christ. Oh, boop. I thought they didn't have no second ward. Harbor Second Ward right there. Guess where Josh goes? Harbor First Ward. Come to find out he lied. Or he's wrong. Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saint welcome neighbors, families, and friends to join us for a variety of faith-based activities. This website regularly updated. This is in American Fork, too. 600 South, 100 West, American Fork, Utah. There is, in fact, and indeed, a Harbor Second Ward. So Josh just lied. He just lied to the cops again. He just lied again. Or he don't know enough about his own church to be on the high council, I'll tell you that. Tell you that. How I know more about the wards over there than the high councilman. Somebody tell me. Somebody tell me.
So I knew right then that he's a liar.
So you're the liar. So you're the liar.
I don't know if these things are temperamental.
Seems like it.
Look at the scary, threatening Mormon kid on the porch. Ah!
I'm gonna talk to him over the phone. Sorry about that.
You're okay. It's trying.
Talk to me real quick. I'm just supporting that.
You what?
Are you home right now?
Are you home right now?
What do you need? What's up, man?
Hey, sorry to
Bro.
bug you. Is brother
Sorry to bug you. Are you home right now? Ooh, so scary. Oh my God, he's so scary. Ah!
Johnson around?
Yeah, this is C.
Any chance I could speak to you real quick?
About what?
Any chance I could speak to you? I'm still not hearing Josh say, get off my porch.
I'm just from the Second Harbor Ward. I just heard some things going around. I was just wondering if I could come talk to you real quick.
And as we just confirmed, that does exist.
I'm gonna clear things up.
You what?
Right now?
What do you need to talk to me about?
I'm just from the Second Harbor Ward. I just had some videos coming around. I was wondering if we could talk about it real quick.
He wanted to talk to him.
Just trying to clear things up for Bishop Roberts.
For Bishop Roberts.
What? First word. We don't have a second word. That would be the Harbor.
Roberts, it's for the fifth word. We don't have the second word. That would be the first. That would be the fifth word. Shut up. You're wrong and lying.
I knew right then he was part of Ben, so that's when I called you guys. Then I was on the phone with dispatch the whole time, and he was opening this door, peeking in the windows.
Another literal false statement to the police. Is this a Nazi tattoo? Oh no, it's a. I see what it is. It's a night mask.
Door the whole time, so you got here.
Yeah, he
You
should.
guys were just out here yesterday. He had 2 cars over here. Is that his car?
Who's?
This kid? Where's his car?
He says he drives a
Where's
Toyota
the car?
4Runner. is what he
Where's
says.
this car?
Yeah, but he got dropped off by Ben. I guarantee. And Ben is probably
He's
somewhere in there.
feral.
He went to corporate headquarters and got trespassed for the second time from there.
Was it the second time? Was it the first?
Where's corporate headquarters in American Fort Club Center?
So this is when I was just on this.
Dispatch.
With dispatch.
Hello? Brother Johnson?
Brother Johnson has still failed to produce any video of him telling this kid to get off his porch, which he could have done at any moment. He could have said, get off my porch. And that would have made his case way stronger.
He thinks if he dresses in a white shirt and ties it.
Have you seen him in church before?
No, he doesn't. No. Get his
Have you seen him in church before? Another church reference. Got
He
it.
doesn't live around here.
He does. He lives in Salt Lake. He said that.
I'm on the high council, and so I don't know.
I'm on the high
how they
council.
found
Story
Bishop
on
Roberts
everything.
there. You know what I mean?
Is there a time that would work better for y'all? Can I swing by another time? I'm not trying to be pushy or anything. I'm just trying to get y'all side of the story, but
Yeah, so.
if that's come down to it, I can just go discuss it with Bishop Roberts.
Go talk it. Go then. Bishop Roberts is not my bishop.
I don't know if you can hear me or not, but
Never tells him to leave, I noticed. Thanks so much, Big Crunch. Oh, okay. That was Big Crunch's Legos, by the way. I'm here. Keep doing the Lord's work. Thank you for the $9.99. Everyone love. He said, did he try to open your door? No, he did not.
I couldn't tell. He opened this one. I don't know.
I couldn't tell. Did he try to open your door? I couldn't tell. They're just trying to scheme. They're scheming on anything. So he didn't do anything overtly threatening. Did he try to open your door? Brother High Council Johnson? Now it almost seems like as soon as Josh said he was on the High Council, now the cop wants to scheme to find something wrong. Or maybe it's from all the false statements Josh just gave to him.
What he was doing. I was on with dispatch, just watching him on the phone. I thought he was trying to open it.
I was on with dispatch just watching him on the phone like a creepy creeper instead of telling him to get off my porch. Wasting resources before even asking him to leave. Thank you, Kitty, for the $2 super chat. Wait, when did they go to the sister's house? Apparently they went there, but they didn't put that on video, on the video.
What's that?
He's there for at least 10 minutes then before I show up.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, he was there a long time.
Josh just having him sit there and wait, not saying anything.
You can't see the red door on the camera, but you can see him opening this one.
If you want to skim through it and see if that's the thing that you can find, and I'll take a photo of it. I'm going to just go talk to him, so just chill out, okay?
Yeah.
He can't find it because it's not there. Okay, let's go back to here. Okay, clean your nasty driveway.
So you're there for about 10 minutes on ring camera, kind of asking for him and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and no one ever asked him to leave. No one ever asked him to leave. No one ever said, get off my porch. He said, I'll be right out. All the while he's scheming with the cops.
He doesn't want to answer you and stuff like that.
Is that what he said?
No, he didn't say he didn't want to answer. We didn't hear that. That wasn't provided.
Yeah. Honestly,
But the cop's now lying. And the cops are allowed to lie, by the way. They will lie to you.
I couldn't hear the audio coming out. I thought he said he was going to.
Okay. So he has asked you to be trespassed. So I'm going to check your file, check your ID, and make sure it's valid and all that stuff. Then we'll go from there.
You ain't get my ID.
So what ward are you from?
I'm from the Crystal Heights first ward. It's in Salt Lake.
He is from a ward. He really is a Mormon. He's from the Crystal Heights First Ward in Salt Lake. So this whole thing about he's dressing up, playing like a fake Mormon. I mean, literally the Wall Street Journal has now published that false statement as if this kid was dressed up as a fake Mormon. He's literally a Mormon. Like, he did lie about which harbor, ward, whatever thing he is from, but the one he used is a real one. The one he said is a real one. And he said, but okay, so what ward are you actually from? He said, Crystal Heights in Salt Lake, the very next county over. And remember, we already talked about these stakes. We talked about the High Council. And as a High Council member, part of the job is to be assigned to another church outside of your stake, possibly up to 3-hour drive away, where you go once a month and you do stuff with them. So, and keep the church going or whatever kind of thing. And so how do I know this guy, this kid right here, this young man hasn't been under the leadership and authority of Josh? We kind of don't.
And questions about a whole other ward from a whole different city, from a whole different individual.
So what? People are allowed, Mormons go to a whole nother country, a whole nother culture, and try to convert. So Mormons can't go talk to other leaders in their own church that are making them look crazy and bad?
About a whole different
Fuck this cop. Fuck him.
Well, because he said he swore on God and he swore on everything.
Yeah, don't swear on God.
Advantage of this person. I said, okay, that's fine. I just wanted to clear it up with you, just so I don't have to go to get shut problems.
So where's Ben at?
He's at a church somewhere around.
None of your goddamn business.
Just waiting for you.
Yeah. I have a ride also somewhere around here coming to pick me up. They're just waiting for me to leave.
Just waiting for you to leave. See how it kind of seems fishy?
No, yeah, definitely.
You know what I'm saying? You said you haven't had a drink today at all. You never drink?
Here comes the Mormon purity test. Have you ever drank?
You ever drink in your life?
In your whole life? So what if he
The
had?
reason I asked is I smell it.
What you probably smelling is that upper lip. Probably need to take a shower.
Cologne or something?
I mean, I'm wearing Versace.
I'm wearing
I
Versace.
cooked up like a skirt steak earlier. Put it in the season.
Gotcha. Would you blow into a PBT to make sure there's nothing in your system then?
I
No?
ain't blowing in your bullshit.
Okay. I have a hard time believing you, dude.
Okay, then don't believe me, bitch.
So who's second Harbor Ward?
It's a real ward.
That you think?
Harbor Second Ward is real. We just looked it up. It's in American Fork, by the way.
Well, I just know he's in First Harbor Ward.
Okay. Alright, stand by with him. I'll be back.
Versace and Skirt Steak LLC.
Make sure you stay off your phone.
Or what, bitch? Or what? Make sure you stay off your phone, ugly. See, who's he calling? We need the dash cam.
Chad Christian. 2, 3.
Christian, they're saying. Let's see. I'll turn down the identifiable information. Okay, alright. Let's see. Doesn't seem to have muted yet. He said stay off your phone, yeah. Response to I smell alcohol should be I smell bacon. Thank you to Man Blossom for the $5. We never see the package of ducks. I bet they didn't go to Josh's house, only to Brandon's. Huh. I wonder if that was Brandon or that we saw that video of the kid of him or the picture of him standing there with the box. Dan Booze, thank you for the £5. Josh and Ammon.
Benjamin Pens, Benjamin Schneider.
Hold on, he said something. Hold on. Dumbfounded when they realize there are people who are immune to their bullying. Yeah, I bet they really are still just flabbergasted. Thank you to Kate for the $4.99. I mean, I'm wearing Versace is the best video on this case. Love this attitude. I know he's like, I'm not blowing in your bullshit either. No, this is actually doesn't concern you. Okay, I'm gonna speed this up a little bit while he's doing all his little typing and things so we can make some progress here. Oh, we're already on fast. Let's go faster.
Here.
At least he didn't mute in here. I mean, I guess there's nothing really to mute. Okay, there is a duck picture in the lawsuit. One box, one picture of Tyler delivering. Neither Ben or Tyler ever went on Josh's property. Okay, thank you, Penn Bricks. He's putting on it. Okay. When cops start putting them gloves on, they're about to go hands on. They're about to go hands on. When they start taping them gloves on, Velcroing, buckle up. Or they really want to. They want to go hands on.
What's your friend's last name? Ben
Schneider.
Ben Schneider. Yeah. So
Okay.
he sent you today, correct? Asked you to be a third-party liaison with him.
This is why you don't talk to cops. This is why you don't even nod up and down your head to a cop. Because this is what they're going to use now against Ben for the harassment case.
So he was trespassed from this residence yesterday. He was using you, third party, to consult. That's ending you up in the same trouble that he's in now.
I was unaware. I didn't know he was trespassed.
Probably not best to be a tool for someone else.
Yeah, no, I get it.
It's probably not best to be a tool for someone else while this tool is being a tool for High Counsel Brother Johnson.
I really didn't know what I was.
Go ahead, continue.
I really didn't know what I was getting into. He's a YouTuber. I've been following for a while. Stood up on Instagram, said, "Hey, I'm coming to Salt Lake." I just stood up. I said, "I'm a local," and he was like, "Cool. Are you free the week of March 9th?" And he texted me earlier, and I just came down here.
Well, this isn't Salt Lake County. This is Utah County.
We do things differently here. This ain't Salt Lake. This Utah County. We do things.
Yeah, no, I get it. I really didn't know what I was.
Go ahead, continue.
I really didn't know what I was getting into. He's a YouTuber. I've been following for a while. Stood up on Instagram, said, "Hey, I'm coming to Salt Lake." And I just stood up. I said, "I'm a local," and he was like, "Cool. Are you free the week of March 9th?" And he texted me earlier, and I just came down here.
Well, this isn't Salt Lake County. This is Utah County. We do things differently down here.
I guarantee you one goddamn thing right now today. before a single American Fork police officer forms their crusty ass mouth to say some "we do things differently here" shit ever again, they're going to have flashbacks to the reckless Ben case. I guarantee you, I'm not going to guarantee you they're not going to say it, but before their crusty, chapped lips say "we do things differently here," they're going to remember and have flashbacks to this horror story of embarrassment.
So if I wanted to, I could push things. But I understand you're being used by someone you don't know. He wants you trespass from the property, which means you cannot return. If you do, you will be arrested for criminal trespassing and booked into the Utah County Jail.
Push things. I would have said push it, bitch,
think you want
because
a
you're going to be bankrupt by the end of this.
What's your current address in Salt Lake?
2242 South, 1900 East.
Yeah, straight in Salt Lake, right? What's your current phone number?
Just muting his phone number. We do things differently here, so if I wanted to push it, I could, he said.
Not from Utah, but I know what alcohol smells like. So, whatever you're playing.
How do you know what alcohol smells like, Mormon boy? You shouldn't have been smelling alcohol either, huh, Mr. Purity Test?
Yeah, probably best to knock it off. Does that make sense too?
Probably best to knock off violating people's rights, but here you are.
Okay. He's hiding in a church, hiding on the street, wherever he's at. Go ahead and go find him, but you're not allowed to return to this property. If you do, I will arrest you.
Yes, sir.
You're free to go. All right, Josh, right?
Yeah.
So, I want you to know I can't really do too much since he's not the party that was trespassed yesterday.
Correct.
But hopefully that kind of rings in the bell for him. He's saying he just slid up on Ben's YouTube, Instagram.
What did he just take a picture of? Did he show him a picture of his ID?
Taking pictures.
So what?
Just he's trying to.
He taking pictures. He taking pictures. He taking pictures. He's allowed to. Go inside, troll. Troglodyte.
Well, he could be cool all he wants, but if he comes back, he's going to jail. So, I don't take it personal.
No, it's not
Just
personal. I understand.
rub it off,
yeah.
right?
But yeah,
I get your frustration. There's just certain things.
I know.
That
He wasn't here yesterday. He wasn't. They didn't catch him yesterday.
I checked it. I tried going deep in that.
Where's he from?
Salt Lake.
He's from Salt Lake.
So he actually is from here. Another lie presented to the cops as if it is true. And the cops don't even take a second guess. Like maybe this Josh Johnson guy maybe got some other stuff wrong. No.
So, like I said, he'll be flagged on his record. So if he does return, just give us a call. I'm here all night.
Flagged
So
on
if
his
he comes back
record.
tonight, let me know. I'll come pick him up. I got no
A
problem.
Mormon kid flagged by a Mormon and a presumably Mormon cop for showing up and knocking on someone's door. A flag on his record now.
They'll have like an endless amount of kids.
I will look more into it, my supervisor, and see if I missed something, but I highly doubt it. But I'll ask if they're. I can't see. They're kids, but they're not kids. They're all 21. They're all over 18, so they're adults. So if they want to mess around, they can mess around and go to jail then. So,
Oh, he said nothing flagged on his record? I think he said if
Yeah,
he comes
I
back,
dissolve
it's
it a
flagged
little
on his
bit.
record.
No, but because they're gonna send it, they're gonna have another kid up here. And I'll just call you guys.
yeah, just call us.
Yeah.
Each time they come up, just call us. It's fine. It's no hassle to us,
You
all right?
should go.
And Josh doesn't even bother to put up a no trespassing sign. Like, that would actually do some wonders. He only put up a sign. He got everything in the front yard from Drano to chalk to tampon boxes, but not a no trespassing sign.
Trespass those people too. Go trespass that car. That's loaded full of kids.
Well, they're not on your property.
I don't care.
How do you know it's loaded with kids?
That's how it was yesterday. They had 2-3 cars out here. They got the
You can't trespass somebody from a property that they're not on, you stupid ass.
They probably in your car?
got 2 cars. So where's Ben? Ben's over here. Who's in that car?
None of your business. Go ask. Go ask.
I'll check it, but for now,
Mr. High
Just get their
Counsel.
info. Just put it. Do you have a different case number than yesterday?
no, this car across the street from us with the jazz plate in front of the Pride Flag House, he says it's loaded full of kids, so if you want to just check it for me.
Where's it's 848EC7?
Well, he'll check it.
Give a case number for this.
He got all these questions and never went to bother to
Where they got
ask.
Bishop Robert's name from.
He's a Mormon, you dumbass. Where'd he get Bishop Robert's name from? Probably the Mormon Church
They're
directory.
Just videotaping for that, for their YouTube story.
Did that guy get in that white car by chance? No. It's gonna be 26 AF02007.
AF
2007.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna have this officer make contact with that car, and then I'm gonna just check on him.
Okay.
All right.
You.
Have a good day.
Yeah, you too. You're the best.
Thanks.
You're the best. You're the best. Thanks. You're the best. Thanks. Thanks, Daddy Johnson. Thanks, Daddy Brother Johnson. Mormons have an app to look up members anywhere and their status in the church, especially an idiot that had this guy's position as high counsel. Okay, so that was informative. So we were here. And this was at 1835. So the next one here is another body cam. I think it's from the other cop. And this one is at 1840. Let's see if this one's going to play. So this is the other body cam from the other cop. And he's the one that's actually going to be standing there talking to this kid. So let's see what he has to say. Look at Tonga. Look at that thug. Look at this disgusting criminal thug, in my opinion.
Oh, it's Brother Johnson.
Okay. I'm gonna find out.
Brother Johnson.
Hey, Officer Ron. Nice to meet you.
The cops don't shake hands. They only do the bump.
Fever?
He's been having
I'll
a
ask you
fever.
guys to step out towards the sidewalk.
Yeah.
Josh presented absolutely no evidence that he ever told this kid to get off his porch, by the way.
How's your day?
Just getting started, honestly. How about yours?
Not too bad.
You know, these people over there?
That's Brother Johnson.
Or what is that?
So I have a YouTuber. He's coming to town. He hit me up. He's like, hey, like this guy in Salt Lake. This guy owns a bunch of value in Minifigs, like Legos. He has $200,000 worth of his life savings at the store, and he's trying to shut it down basically just to take that money away from him. And so I was just coming here to ask him about it. I ring the doorbell. He told me I'd be out in a minute. Waited. I've never guessed or anything, and then you guys showed up. Basically, we're not in there.
So he's shutting down somebody that you know's business, or some kind of.
So he's like, oh, so he's shutting down someone you know's business or some kind of what? Because originally, remember, they were going to actually go after Ben for like corporate interference or whatever, like interference with economic business or something like that. Like there's apparently some type of statute like that. And they were trying to go after Ben for the attempt to shut the store down. I guess they stopped doing that. They just went trespassing and picketing or whatever.
I'm not filled in on the whole story, but basically this guy has $200,000 worth of Lego sets, and he's trying to take advantage of that by shutting down the store instead of paying the guy back for it. And so I was just here to confront him because there's an audio clip going around of him saying I swear on everything, like I'm not trying to do that. And then he hasn't followed his word, and so I just came here to ask him a question or two about it.
Just remember,
Said, yeah,
there is a harbor second ward.
So what's your affiliation to the YouTuber guy?
I've just been following him for years.
Don't talk to cops. Don't talk to cops. Don't talk to cops. Don't answer their questions. He is investigating right now, asking questions to use against Ben.
He said it on Instagram. He's like, hey, I'll be in Salt Lake. And I'm a fan of his, and so I was like, hey, I'm a local. Willing to help out.
There you go.
And I saw, like, there's footage from inside the store of him, and he's, he was like, well, I'm not getting no shit, whatever. And then Ben called him, and on the phone, I have an audio recording. I just showed the other officer. He's like, I swear on everything, I'm not doing that. I'm not trying to screw you over. But then he basically is. So all I was gonna do is just come here and ask him a couple questions. And tell him. This might be a crazy ask, but could you take a selfie with me and for my buddies? Any chance? If not, it's okay.
We can take a picture, yeah, later.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I just don't want to see it floating around on the internet.
I get it. No worries, dude.
But again, that's your right if you want to do that too. So.
No, yeah, I'm not gonna. Yeah, but it'd be better if you were like actually in here.
I like this kid. He's funny. I'm glad he at least didn't do the breathalyzer. Thanks so much to Dan for the $5. Funny how American Fork Police Department fishes for city code violations for his buddies. Oh no, for Ben and friends, but Josh's front yard and porch look like a code violation. I want to talk to the homeowners.
Yeah, no, I am sorry to waste y'all's time though. He told me he was coming out, and then I saw the cops call. I'm like, oh.
He said, sorry to waste y'all's time. I thought he was coming out, and then I saw the cop car.
I guess he's not coming out. Stop me. That's his own decision. So.
Why doesn't why doesn't this Ben guy just take all this merchandise and leave the building?
What do you mean his merchandise?
What is that like?
Why doesn't Ben just take all his merchandise and leave the building? These cops are doing they're making no effort to investigate for real. That's not what anybody ever said. It was Ben's merchandise. Stupid ass.
Figures.
So they're not his.
Oh.
Someone reached out to him and like explained the situation, and he's just trying to get another angle. Like he's like documenting the situation basically.
The YouTuber guy? Or?
Yeah, the YouTuber guy's trying to document this just because, this guy's taking advantage of someone else's life savings, and he's trying to document that. And because I'm a local, I was raised Mormon and everything, he asked me if I could come and just talk to him because he'd be more susceptible to talking to me rather than Ben, right?
Gotcha.
If that makes sense.
I'm understanding.
Yeah. I honestly, don't know the details. I don't know the details to a T, but, I have seen the footage and everything. So, yeah, to my understanding, that's what's going on. I was just on here to ask him a couple questions about the situation, that's all.
Gotcha.
But yeah, if he would have told me to leave, I would have left. But he told me he was coming out, so I just.
If he would have told me to leave, I would have left. He told me he was coming out. Yeah, they even refer to the stuff that Ben and his friends are doing sometimes as journalism. When they pull him over the day before, on March 8th, they were like, "Oh, so you're just here for the journalism stuff and all?" And Ben's like, "Yeah." So the cops are even characterizing Ben as a journalist. So he stops talking.
You fish?
You fish?
I do.
So, I went up to Gorianna the other day, dude. Where do you go?
Mostly Spanish Fork. I haven't been in a long time.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up. I had been in a year before, and me and my buddy were bored just sitting around. We're like, let's just go fishing, dude. We're sitting around. Do you live anywhere around here at all?
Yeah, pretty close. I live in Leon.
Dude, well, if you're looking to go, I found this crazy spot. We were sitting around Gorianna for 3 hours, didn't catch anything. We moved a couple coves over, hiked 30 minutes, see bushes, and
this
as soon
kid
as
is
I
so
pass,
wholesome.
30 seconds in, I get a bite, and I'm reeling it in. And my buddy thought I was fucking with him.
Oh,
catch that one.
Don't curse.
And then he casts his and catches one 2 minutes later. Really
Rainbow
sad
trout?
spot. Yeah, rainbow.
Jordan now?
Yeah. It's not too hard to get to.
Yeah.
Either.
Very nice.
Yeah, I've never caught a fish that fast in my life. Pretty sweet.
What time did you go? Around this time?
We went up at like 12, but like we spent our first 3-4 hours just sitting there. Like, 2 cones over, there's a million fish, I guess. So.
A bit harder to get to. So there you go.
Yeah. Less boats around there too. No, I opened the screen door and off.
So I think he's responding to that. So the cop said to Josh over there on the porch, Tonga, he asked Josh, so did he try to open the door? And the kid, I think, heard that. And he says, I opened the screen door to knock. Everybody knows you can't knock on a screen door. Oh, that's Hawkins? That's not Tonga? Okay, that's Hawkins. All right.
So you're there for about 10 minutes on ring camera.
So you were there for about 10 minutes? Yeah, I was knocking on the door talking to the guy through the freaking speaker. Idiot. Stupid ugly.
Asking for him and all that kind of stuff after he doesn't want to answer you. So.
He did not say he did not want to answer you. That's a lie. So the cop's lying to cover up for the high council member who has made it very clear he's on the high council. Got it.
Okay. Is that what he said? Yeah. Honestly, I couldn't hear the audio.
He said that. I didn't hear that.
No, I thought you said that.
Okay. So he has asked you to be trespassed. So I'm going to check your file, check your ID, and make sure it's valid and all that stuff. Then we'll go from there. So what ward are you from?
Yeah, I'm from the Crystal Heights. It's in Salt Lake.
You're asking questions about a whole other ward from a whole different city.
How dare you go to somebody's porch in a whole nother ward in a whole nother city, even though we all go on missions in other countries for 2 years and bang on people's unsuspecting doors. How dare you?
A whole different individual about a whole different mission.
Well, because he said he's more on God, he's more on everything. To this person, I said, okay, that's fine. I just wanted to clear it up with you, just so I don't have to get myself out.
So where's Ben at?
He's at a church somewhere around here.
Just waiting for you.
Yeah. I have a ride also somewhere around here, coming to pick you up. They're just waiting for me over here.
Just waiting for you. See how it kind of seems fishy?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
You know what I'm saying? So you haven't had a drink at all? You never drink? Never drink in your life?
You know who looks like a drunk maniac to me? This Hawkins guy. He looks like he's getting ready to go slurp down a 6-pack just as soon as this shift gets over.
I was going to ask since I smelled it.
I smell it.
That's like bonus or something?
Put a 4 in the chat if you can smell the alcohol on Hawkins's breath. Hold on, let me put a 4 in the chat because I smell it through the screen. I mean, if we're making up just lies about things we can smell, then why can't I? You know.
I mean, I'm wearing this option. I cooked up like a skirt steak earlier.
Gotcha. Would you call into a BBT to make sure there's nothing in your system then? No?
No, fuck you. Do you consent to one? Bitch?
I have a hard time believing you, dude.
I have a hard time believing you, dude. Cuck.
Second Harbor Ward.
Bitch.
What do you think?
What is Second Harbor Ward? It's this right here. It's at 600 South, 100 West, American Fork, Utah. The Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints, Second Harbor Ward. Maybe use the internet. Maybe try to do that.
I just know he's in First Harbor Ward.
Okay. All right. Stand by with him. I'll be back. Make sure you stay off your phone.
Make sure you stay off your phone. No, I'm going to be on my phone. And there's not a damn thing you can do about it. Bitch. I'll be taking pictures. I mean, I'm not staying off of anything. Make sure you stay off my dick. That's what I would have
He
said.
wants you to stay off your phone first. I'm not the case officer, so.
You see how this little Nazi on the side? I'm not the case officer. I'm just following orders, just like my Nazi daddy told me to do. My Nazi daddy said I had to tell you to stay off your phone. I'm not the case officer, though. I'm just following orders like a good little Nazi soldier. I would have said make sure to stay off my dick. I would have said that. Cops never have a good experience dealing with me if they're violating my rights like this.
Crystal Heights, bro? Is that what you said?
Like Sugar House, Smoke Creek, like South Salt Lake.
Sounds like
Asking more unlawful questions like in an interrogation, like they need to let this kid go.
By the way, just to like make sure, trespass isn't a charge, right? Only if I like come back after the trespass.
Depends if he was asking you to leave and you were refusing to leave, but
He didn't ask him to leave, bitch.
it can also be you're gonna trespass. But then if you
I
come
mean,
back,
I sat there and knocked for like 5 minutes. He said something on the ring. He didn't seem aggressive. I thought he said he was coming. Maybe he said he wasn't coming, but
yeah,
No, he
I mean,
tricked
that
him to
would-
stay.
The officer determines that what he feels is what actually happened or went down. So
yeah.
So based on the officer's feelings about what he feels actually happened, not based on evidence, not based on taking both sides into consideration. No. Based on the cop's feelings, that's going to be whether you get a charge or not. And that is American Fork. That is how American Fork operates. However the cops feel, your rights might get violated.
So I'm Gen Z,
Habit.
dude. It's a
I get
habit. I'm sorry.
you can get on in just a moment. Gorianna, we'll get you out of here.
This is completely unlawful, by the way. There's absolutely no lawful reason for them to be saying he can't be on his phone. No reason at all whatsoever. None.
So the mobile ID works like as an ID, right?
What do you mean by that? Is that a new
Like
thing?
the Get Moved mobile app? Because I had to use it at the airport. My wallet got stolen. But it's like a QR code and everything, so I don't really understand how it would scan the same way. But it's worked for me.
If it's
Like,
worked
I
at
got
the
pulled
airport,
over.
then
Nachala said, why aren't they checking the ring cam footage? They did. They did. They checked the ring cam footage, and it clearly showed that Josh never told him to leave, never asked him to leave, never said, get off my porch, never said, don't come back. He waited for Daddy Nazi and Baby Nazi to show up and effectuate that.
I got pulled over and I gave him out at work. Like, I was just wondering if it's the same boundaries.
Yeah, if it has all the right information.
Works better for me. I'm bad at keeping track of my stuff like that, so.
Yeah, that's a new thing. I haven't heard of that.
No crime was committed. This is another unlawful detention.
Is that what you gave him today? Same thing?
Yeah, it just has like my ID number and stuff. That's all you need, right?
Yeah.
Whose car is that?
No idea.
They're gonna leave. I started taking pictures of them. Is that you?
Somebody took pictures. Somebody took a picture. They gotta leave. Dude. Lay off the sauce, dude.
Honestly, don't even know when I write this.
Yeah. No, Josh is just a liar. He's just stupid. Here comes Hawkins.
Last name. Ben Schneider.
Asking information he has no right to have. What's Ben's last name? What's Ben's last name? Huh? What's Ben's last name? None of your fucking business.
Okay. So he sent you today, correct? Asked you to be a third-party liaison with him. So he was trespassing on his residence
The only answer to this question is, am I free to leave? Can I leave?
yesterday. He was using you, third party to consult. That's ending you up in the same trouble that he's in.
I was unaware. I didn't know he was trespassing.
Probably not best to be a tool for someone else.
Okay, but you're being a tool for Mr. Tool High Counselor.
I really didn't know.
Go ahead.
I really didn't know like what I was doing. He's a YouTuber. I've been following him for a while. He showed up on Instagram, said, hey, I'm coming to Salt Lake. I just lit up. I said, I'm a local. And he's like, cool, are you free the March 9th? And he texted me earlier.
Well, this isn't Salt Lake County. This is Utah County. You do things differently down here.
If I wanted to, I could push it.
So if I wanted to, I could push things.
This isn't Salt Lake. This is Utah County, and we do things differently here. We don't have to follow the Constitution. We follow feelings and elder council and all of that. So I could really fuck you up if I wanted to, but I'm not going to today or whatever. But just so you know, we do have a tendency to beat the shit out of people that just for no reason in the middle of parking lots and do things with no warrant. So I could really fuck your shit up, but I'm not going to today. But don't do anything else that's within your rights to do, because I might fuck you up. That's basically what this cop's he's threatening. And here comes this one covering the camera, knowing that shit shouldn't have been said.
Yeah, you're being used by someone who did that.
You know what he was just now doing, in my opinion? That it's like hitting the camera so that it makes spikes in the audio waves so that the unlawful redactions can take note of this. This, like if you hit that, like, that's why there's at the beginning of a movie, before they start filming a scene, they'll go action, because on the audio wave, it causes a spike. So when you're looking through the audio wave, if there's a certain spike, then you'll know to take that part. That's where it starts. That's what I think he was just now doing. That's my opinion. That's what I think he was just now doing. Watch.
So if I wanted to, I could push things. But I understand you're being used as someone who did that. Once you trespass on the property, which means he cannot return.
See what I mean?
You will be arrested for criminal trespassing and booked into the Utah County Jail.
See what I mean?
Makes sense? I think you want it right now. What's your current address in Salt Lake?
240 South, 1990.
Yeah, straight in Salt Lake, right?
Asking all this information he has absolutely no right to have. What's your address in Salt Lake? What's your number? None of your freaking business. Look it up in your fancy computer, bitch.
2261? Yep. Not from here, not from Utah, but I know what alcohol smells like. So, 2261? Yep. Okay. Just so you know, not from here, not from Utah, but I know what alcohol smells like.
Not from Utah? He is from Utah. He's not from Utah County. You might not be from here, but I know what alcohol smells like. How? Sure does look like you get drunk and beat your wife to me. Sure does.
So, whatever you're playing at, probably best to knock it off. Does that make sense to him? Okay. He's hiding in church right now. Wherever he's at, go ahead and go find him. You're not allowed to return his property if you have your own.
Let's look at that selfie.
I thought you took one.
I took a video. Can we get a selfie though? I want you to take it.
Oh, no, I'm not going to take it.
Can I take it?
We'll let you have one picture of it.
I'll let you have one picture.
All right.
She's funny.
Get walking, buddy.
Good for
Good
him.
meeting you.
Get walking, buddy. He's funny. He has a great attitude. Good for him. I would have cussed this dude up one side, down the other. Get walking, buddy. Fuck you. So he's just like standing on the corner.
No, I'm just watching him. You want me to head the way he's walking?
You want me to unlawfully follow him for no reason, even though I have no probable cause? You want me to keep stalking this nice young Mormon kid? Yeah, sure, no problem. Let me stalk him a little bit. Stalk him. Let me stalk this kid real quick.
Yeah, come here.
Here comes another. Oh, wait. Whoa. Okay. We need to start tracking. No, that's not it. So he went to follow somebody, but he had turned his body cam off. Thanks so much to Lily Petal. Have you seen the band map? Yes, I have. It looks like the developers of Downtown American Fork Police Department Foundation are involved in strategic misperfection notary. I saw the misperfection notary thing. I did not see anything about the developers of Downtown. Thank you for the $5. Thank you, Rose. Greenland versus Cannon, American Fork Police Department. Okay, let's see what that is. Greenland versus Cannon, AFPD. Oh, it says restricted. High-profile civil rights lawsuit filed by Cody Wayne Greenland against officers of the American Fork Police Department in Utah. He filed the lawsuit after Officer D.T. Cannon allegedly tackled and repeatedly punched him in the face. Yeah, that's the parking lot, right? Yeah, I saw it. It's terrible. Y'all got to check out Lackluster's video on that. He made great video on it, but I will warn you, it is very violent. It's really hard to watch. The part where they attack him. The incident occurred in April 2020 at a Target parking lot in American Fork. While local officers were looking for a suspected car burglar, they encountered Greenland, who was not the car burglar, by the way. He was just coming out of the Walmart with a bag of candy. According to the complaint filed in the U.S. District Court of Utah, officers instructed Greenland to drop to his knees. Greenland states that while he was kneeling on the ground, Officer Cannon sprinted over and tackled him, and that was shown on the camera. He had a fractured spine and other severe injuries. He was also had a concussion, I believe. Excessive force claims. His attorneys utilized body camera footage showing him kneeling with his hands up before being tackled, and estimated he was punched in the face and head roughly 30 times. The lawsuit names Officer D.T. Cannon and others. And other involved American Fork Police Department officers in the department as defendants, citing excessive force, unlawful seizure, and failure to intervene. And this is just, I mean, more of the same from American Fork. That is just how they do. They do things differently there. Thanks much to Dan. Anyone searching or seeing a house number on Josh's house, that's a Class C misdemeanor. Oh yeah, they better make them house numbers shorter. Thank you for the £5 super chat as well. Let's check Pacer and see if anything's been updated on the federal side of things since over the hours that we've been live here. Case number 2:2026 -CV-. Oh, okay. So some updates have happened here. Not in documents. However, we now do have William Kelly Nash and Justin Rich added as representatives of the plaintiffs. William Kelly Nash, lead attorney to be noticed. Justin Rich, William Kelly Nash, Josh Johnson, Brandon Best. So Justin Rich and William Kelly Nash have now been updated in the system. So now they have lawyers. Earlier this morning when we looked, and you can probably rewind this video and see, it did say pro se. It didn't have their lawyers yet listed. Yet. So, yeah, I think I'm going to be wrapping it up for today, but we will start the next time we do cover this case and the body camera footage. We will start on we did 1835, 1840, so we'll start at 1905 next, on March 9th, 2026. And just so y'all know, I'm probably going to be winding down on doing like entire episodes of Reckless Ben and Bricks and Minifigs and stuff. Probably will be just now moving forward. Maybe not the very exact next episode, but at some point, very soon, I am going to be winding down to making this just kind of like one segment. There are a lot of things that I have been wanting to talk about. I've been holding off talking about. And I just wanted to get through some of the bulk of this Bricks and Minifigs story. I do think we are pretty much, caught up to some extent here. We got the gist of the story, and until or unless something like, really huge comes around, again, I probably will be dwindling down on the, the whole episode being Reckless Ben and Bricks and Minifigs, unless, some stuff goes on, in which case, I'll have to cover it like that. But bet on my other stream came up 2 weeks ago. Yeah. Anyway, okay, so that's all I really had for this one. Make sure that you are subscribed. Make sure you're subscribed to That Surprise Witness as well. BJ Investigates. I got a video coming out probably today on that one. And that's all I really had for this one. Meantime, facts ain't. Oh, wait. New BAM blog post. Hold on. All right, don't go anywhere. We got a Bricks and Minifigs press release. Bricks and Minifigs blog. All right, let's see. That's why y'all got to stay around. I don't see anything new. Okay, girl. Okay, breaking news. As I was logging off, good job, Badman Pull Up 94, and shout out to y'all who stayed till the very last second. We have a breaking news update from Bricks and Minifigs. They have been pretty much silent other than making filings in court, and they are doubling down again, trying to make it seem like they want to settle with Brian. Bricks and Minifigs determined to find amicable resolution with Mansell family. This was posted today. Marketing team. Bricks and Minifigs, an authorized Lego reseller specializing in buying, trading, and selling Lego products, and moving them to other stores, today reaffirmed its commitment to assist in resolving the private dispute. The private dispute done got public, girl. Surrounding a customer's Lego collection at a former franchise store in Salem, Oregon. We want to strengthen its operations and support its franchisees and employees. Subject to its ongoing investigation, Bricks and Minifigs believes and alleges the following facts, among others, may be relevant to claims made in recent weeks. The Mansell family collection. Girl, they just put this out today. Ed Mansell built the collection at the center of the issue. When the family decided to sell it, Ed's son, Brian, who was apparently new to the Lego resale world, trusted Bricks and Minifigs to sell his Legos. Visited the now closed Salem Bricks and Minifigs around September 2023 and asked its former owner, Crystal Law Gorman, for help. Bricks and Minifigs investigation found documentation estimating the, quote, realistic highest value at approximately $95,000 to $100,000. And this is what me and my people call rich people shit, okay? Because they're trying to downplay that this is just it's not even that valuable, y'all. It's only $95,000. It's not $200,000. It's only $95,000 or $100,000. But it's like, does it actually really matter? I don't care. If it's $200, give them their money back. That estimate seems to align with Brian Mansell's public statements on April 2025, collecting weekly podcast with the roughly $80,000 in products he allegedly sought when he believed he had visited the store. When he is believed to have visited the store. A so-called promotional higher value of $200,000 is believed to have circulated publicly in 2023, but that was apparently not a confirmed appraised value. So look how much, this is called hedging language, okay? Hedging. A so-called promotional higher value. No, it was promoted as being worth $200,000. Like, let's not be stupid, please. Is believed to have circulated. No, it circulated. We saw it. We all saw it. A promotional higher value did circulate. It did. It was posted on the Bricks and Minifigs Instagram for Salem. But was apparently not a confirmed or appraised value. Why apparently? Just say was not officially or something like that. Apparently not confirmed. Okay, that's a lot of hedging language. I don't know why y'all needed to put this out. Nothing new here, by the way. Bricks and Minifigs believes this was an amount Brian Mansell and Crystal used to create excitement for Law Gorman November 2023 sales event, which Ed Mansell attended. That's the dad. Bricks and Minifigs investigation also found point of sale data showing about $61,000 and potentially more may have been sold from the collection before November 2024. The company believes Brian Mansell may have only received about $15,000 in payments over roughly a year. The records suggest a discrepancy may exist between what was sold and what was paid to him, which the company is still investigating. Okay. So basically what they're saying here is Crystal sold $61,000 of the Legos, but only $15,000 was paid out to Brian. That's what they're saying here. I mean, take what they say with a grain of salt. When the new owners Brandon Best and Josh Johnson, both corporate employees, by the way, took over the Salem location, they discovered in the store only a small number of Star Wars products. Yeah, probably because one of them put them in a U-Haul and hauled them off. Probably in the store wasn't left no more. With an estimated at-cost value between $2,000 and $5,000, the company's investigation suggests most of the remaining collection may have been sold or removed and stored off-site before Brandon Best and Johnson took over the collection. I mean, this is all just they make believe, play pretend. I mean, this is just stuff that they just made up. The information appears to be consistent with Brian Mansell's acknowledgement in the joint social media posts with the Salem store and on the same April 2025 Collecting Weekly podcast. Though unable to verify ownership and without an obligation to do so, they just refuse to take any responsibility. My God. The company has offered the remaining Star Wars sets to the family as a courtesy. The company has made this offer on multiple occasions. Yeah, but what do you mean the remaining Star Wars sets as a courtesy? Didn't y'all say y'all didn't unable to find any in there? It's just pick a story, God. The company has made this offer on multiple occasions. The company has also repeated this good faith offer to the Mansell family monetarily for anything fairly demonstrated to be unaccounted for. Fairly demonstrated according to who? They get to be the deciders of all this. If we think it's good enough, if we think the list is good enough, if we think you fairly demonstrated that you owned it, yellow stickers ain't going to cut it. Pictures of it in the store ain't going to cut it. Pictures of it in your house ain't going to cut it. So then what is a fair demonstration? Ammon and them have never said it. Including amounts that may be owed to him without his knowledge. The company is committed to giving him every Star Wars Lego item remaining from the Salem store, whether it is identified as his or not. That's something. That is something. That is a moving the needle. Okay, that has already moved. That has already moved from what they said before. They used to be saying, oh, we don't know what not every Star Wars Lego set is Brian Mansell's. Not every Star Wars set. We have a lot of Star Wars sets, not everyone is his. Now they're like, look, he can have every single freaking Star Wars set in the store. Now, counterpoint, how do we know they didn't just already take all the very valuable ones out of there and put some junk Star Wars in there and say, okay, here's your shit, Brian? No, he wants his money. And he deserves it. And he's owed it. He's owed money. He's owed money. Notably, in an apparent statement to Kaiser Oregon police, Brian is believed to have confirmed he received part of the collection back from Crystal Gorman in January 2025. This included hundreds of items being returned, including high-value items like a Star Wars Cloud City set. Now, I have reason to believe these are worth like $10, $12, something $1,000, and Brian Mansell only got one of those back, but he did have two. So my question is, where's that other one? That $10,000 to $12,000 Cloud City set, where's the other one? Now, all of a sudden, Bricks and Minifigs wants to admit that there were more than one Cloud City sets. All of a sudden now, they've been acting like there was only one. Now it's sets, plural. Okay, but where's the other one? He said, Ammon McNeff, Lord girl, Ammon McNeff statement, quote, we understand why this story has stirred so much emotion, and we don't take that lightly. Bullshit. You take it very lightly. You were trying to get people arrested for covering the story. You don't understand shit, you soulless NPC. We also want to reinforce this is an isolated, unfortunate incident. Is it? Because I heard the same thing coming from Last Relic. I heard the same thing coming from other anonymous reports, because it don't seem isolated to me. It seems like y'all are grifters and losers, and you don't want to take accountability for anything. Related to a single franchisee who did not obtain approval for any consignment arrangement. It does not undermine the integrity of our more than 300 other independent and unrelated franchises. Our goal has never changed. Help make this family whole. I'm gonna stop right there. No, never happened. Okay, we both know you're lying. No, we don't. No. Whose Legos? Never happened. Okay, so your goal has not always been to make the family whole. You are full of shit. And you smell like one too. Okay. The apparent underlying consignment arrangement. Is there anything new here other than that one sentence that they're now willing to give Brian all the Star Wars leftovers in their stupid little dumb closed down store? Is that that's the only new thing here so far? The apparent underlying consignment arrangement for Lego products is not part of the company's business model or authorized by the franchise agreements or operation manual. Also, again, I think this is a false statement, but we can let the courts sort that one out. So-called consignment services are expressly limited and only allowed for service or experience-based partnerships. Buy and sell. Okay. Consignment services do not include and have never been able to be extended to acquiring Lego products. This is crazy though, because Kai, whatever his name is, the guy from corporate who was talking to Crystal Law on the phone on speaker that night that they took over, I believe unlawfully took over and commandeered her store in a hostile takeover, in my opinion. She said, I need these tickets because he hasn't been paid out on all of his stuff. And the person on the speakerphone from corporate said, that's a business thing and that'll be taken over by the business. So they were absolutely aware of it. They knew about it. They were told about it. We heard it on camera. And the Bricks and the Minifigs people are still going with this false, misleading statement. And it's like, what is this? The New York freaking Wall Street Journal or whatever? Consignment services do not include and have never been extended to acquiring Lego products, as Bricks and Minifigs operates on a buy-sell-trade model. Bricks and Minifigs corporate does not authorize franchisees to enter third-party consignment agreements for Lego products. Ooh, they're going to eat these words. To that end, Bricks and Minifigs did not authorize or sign any consignment arrangement respecting the Salem store's alleged arrangement with Brian Mansell. Bricks and Minifigs believes as of October 2024, Law Gorman stopped making payments on the purchase of the location, had not paid royalties for multiple months, owed tens of thousands of dollars in unpaid expenses. At the time of her announced departure, she owed substantial money to Bricks and Minifigs, which triggered the company's repossession pursuant to its security interest on the on-site inventory, right? So what they're saying is, we took over her store because we wanted the inventory in her store. Now, there's a bunch of disputes back and forth between these parties on whether or not she actually did try to pay them stuff and then they wouldn't accept the money, or she tried to pay rent and they blocked her being able to pay it just so they could possibly set her up to come in and take her store. I'm not even going to be addressing that. I'm not even addressing that. I'm addressing the words they say on their press release that came out today. At the time of her announced departure, she owed Bricks and Minifigs some money, according to them. This triggered the company's repossession pursuant to its security interest in any on-site inventory, which includes most of the store Brian Mansell's. So they did not have a security interest in the on-site inventory because it was not owned by the store. It was just there being borrowed until it was sold. It was just being on display until it was sold. But they're saying, oh yes, she didn't pay this stuff we wanted her to pay, which is up for dispute, by the way. But so for that reason, we needed to come in and take all the inventory that was in her store because we wanted it. That's what they say. That's their words. Read it yourself. It's on the screen right there on their press release. Operational reforms. Okay, girl. Okay, finally, we're getting to something new. Bricks and Minifigs believes accountability means more than words. Yeah. Well, actions mean more than words, and y'all have done nothing but lie a bunch of times so far. It says it continues to strengthen its operation through, number one, rigorous record keeping and inventory management. The company mandates real-time digital tracking from the moment a collection enters a store, creating a permanent record to protect customers and franchisees. Number two, absolute transparency in the buy, sell, and trade process. Every transaction, especially large-scale trades, requires standardized corporate-approved disclosure forms. Off-the-books side deals and local consignment arrangements remain strictly prohibited. Mandatory professional behavior and de-escalation training. Oh, God! They had to go to professionalism training. Comprehensive training for corporate staff, franchise owners, and their teams covers professional boundaries, dispute handling, and proper corporate protocols. Girl, you should have did that before you became a CEO, you stupid. These operational enhancements benefit all involved and will help to avoid potential future misunderstandings. Right, not thefts, not heists, just misunderstandings. Bricks and Minifigs is an authorized retailer specializing in buying, trading, and selling Lego products. The company brings Lego sets from the past to today's generation. They buy all type of Lego items, minifigs, bulk bricks, components, accessories, more than just a store for fans. They don't like the consignment. They were not a corporate party to the consignment. What is the realistic value according to them? Which I don't care. I don't care if it was $50. Give him the $50 then. Like, whatever it's worth, give it to him. Where did the $200,000 figure come from? It came from an official Bricks and Minifigs Salem, Oregon promotional Instagram post for the official Salem, Oregon Bricks and Minifigs store. What is the company doing to help prevent similar thefts from occurring? Continues to strengthen its operations. Why did the Salem store close? Oh, I want to hear this. It closed temporarily because staff faced safety hazards, targeted in-person stalking, and explicit threats believed to have been driven by inaccurate reporting or social media communications and videos. Wrong. There was no videos yet. Lie. No videos yet. They lie into the new. Now I'm wondering, did they tell Wall Street Journal these lies? It was not closed due to losing any lawsuits related to this matter, despite claims otherwise. It has been permanently closed with a formal separation and resignation by Brandon Best and Joshua Johnson. Yeah, as owners, but are they still inventory specialists? Does Josh Johnson still work as a corporate employee? What is the company's position? Every person's right to free speech and fair questions, but unlawful conduct such as harassment, stalking, and threats, which didn't happen, by the way, is neither advocacy nor consumer protection. But you know who did threaten? You know who did threaten? You know who I heard threatening was Josh, who said he was going to shoot and kill somebody who came back. He told the dispatcher he was going to kill somebody for asking questions. He said he was going to kill somebody. He was going to shoot and kill somebody for asking these questions. So the threat that was made was Joshua Aaron Johnson over there on Stores Avenue. And I don't know why nobody held that against him. So, I mean, really, this is an infuriating, full of false statements, full of misleading statements, press release. I think they should have just kept it to where they weren't saying anything at all whatsoever. Thanks so much to the Real Bone Factory for the $5. Here's the thing. The collection is probably worth way more now. I have a few comics I bought for $5 2 years ago that now are worth $200. That's how it works. Thank you for the $5. Thank you for the $2. This post has been fact checked. That's good. Thank you for the $2. Rose. Okay, so they took no accountability, no responsibility. They just are bitching, complaining, and whining like they do. So, facts ain't defamation. Love you, mean it. Okay, bye.